Alcatraz, how you doing, bro? Smoking, how you doing, brother? Just setting everything up, making sure everything's ready. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this special episode of Barrens Chat. This is number 19, but we're just going to keep this as 18 because it is a special episode, so we'll just make do with what we have. We are live both on YouTube and on Twitch. If you want drops, you have to come over to Twitch. I hope you guys are doing very, very well. Let's just get this set up. And then we'll just wait for people to filter in, you know? I'm a little bit early, like 5 minutes early. So it's not the end of the world. At least I don't think so. Okay, pause that. I should probably do... Wonder, can I pin from... I can. Okay, so... drops on Twitch. I'll give the link. Hold up. I hope you guys are doing well. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Blazing Phoenix, how you doing, brother? Costas, how you doing? For some reason, this multi-chat is not showing YouTube messages at the moment, which is kind of annoying, but we'll get that to work in a second. Drops on Twitch. Yeah, that should be better. Now, I need to pin this message. Let's just wait for people to show up. And then we can get going. We can start playing. Hit 80 and finish the Hollow story. This is some damn good writing. Mrs. Moken, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I've said this before, and I'll keep singing the praises of this expansion. I think the storytelling in this expansion is... If this is baseline for World of Warcraft storytelling, then the storytelling is just leaps and bounds. It's like Year, you know? They've really figured out exactly what the story or the delivery vehicle, you know, they've figured out how the story in World of Warcraft should be delivered. Other ways in which they can even improve it, yeah, of course, right? There's always going to be ways for things to be improved, but I think fundamentally, I am perfectly happy with how the story has played itself out. Wife, and how you doing? I'm trying to figure out why YouTube chat isn't showing up on my multi-chat. What is happening? Daddy One Child, how you doing, brother? Because I could fix that, but, you know, it's a little annoying that it's not. No. Oh, that's definitely not what I want to do. The hell? Yeah, do that. Why are you doing this to me? Can't wait to see your reaction to the full story, and especially the finale. Not spoiling, but it will be epic. Dude, we're going to be doing that today. Dark Mephisto, how you doing, brother? You in love with WoW yet? Yeah, of course. I mean, I've said a while now that I'm in love with WoW. What do you mean, am I in love with WoW yet? All right. Denethor, how you doing? I was more excited for Midnight since the Saga announcement, and after seeing The War Within turned out story-wise, I can only imagine that Midnight will be crazy epic. Dude, I'm looking forward to seeing just how the story is going to play out. You know, over the course of this night, I'm not even, at this point, I'm genuinely not even focused on Midnight. I can't even think of midnight because there are so many epic breadcrumbs left in the War Within base game that I just want to explore that. I can happily wait another while, I guess you could say, before I get into the next stuff. So for me, I'm happy to wait. I'm very happy to wait. The War Within is awesome. True. You parked at an interesting cliffhanger point. This should be good. Oh yeah. Everyone's been telling me, hey, because I loved last night's questing. Like, the quest we did last night was absolutely epic in my opinion. And then everyone was like, dude, you haven't seen anything yet. You haven't even gotten to the good part of the quest. So, we'll see. Anyways, how's everyone doing? How's your day going? This is a very rare Friday stream. Tiffin, how you doing? Normally we don't stream on Fridays, but I'm a little, not gonna lie, I'm a little addicted to the War Within at the minute. So if I wasn't streaming today, I don't know what I'd be doing with myself. Basically just dreaming of streaming today. So that's why we're here. That's why we're going to be playing The War Within. Finishing the Ringing Deeps. Ragnar, how you doing, brother? Danma, how you doing? Hey, how's it going, Akko? Very good on you, bro. Very good on you. I quit work in an hour. Michael, you're probably looking forward to playing some War Within, no? Can I quickly, by show of hands, see how many of you are playing the War Within and how many of you are still holding out? You're not entirely sure. I'll ask this question later on when more people have joined in, but I just want to get a sense of where we are at the moment. Doing well, waiting to hear back about a promotion, and it's Friday. Danmo, I hope you get the promotion. Can we get some hearts in chat for Danmo and his promotion? Hopefully he gets it. Just returned to WoW with this opening. Don't have time like before and just managed to do a couple of quests. Can you tell me if it's worth playing? What? How you doing, bro? Canadian fun guy, how you doing? Jay, how you doing, bro? Okay, so what I am very careful not to give people advice on if or not they should play something, because I've made that mistake in the past. The thing is, if we're gonna go off of history, Blizzard have always been very good at nailing the base of an expansion. It's usually by the first patch that you either start to see the game break down, or you see that the first patch is very lackluster. But here's where I will say this is a departure from history. The base game of any expansion has never been this good from a story perspective. Never. I have played the base launch of every single expansion in World of Warcraft from TBC. Every single one of them. This is by far the most excited I've ever been for the story. This is the first time in so many years that every single quest line I'm doing, I'm thinking to myself, what's going to happen next? Like, how is this going to do? How is this going to play out? I'm constantly surprised. The writing of this expansion has it's gone to a next level. It used to be that Blizzard would do these storylines and you can sort of predict where it's going to end just by the stuff that's being revealed. Like, Blizzard didn't treat their story with a lot of respect in that regard, where a mystery needs to be a mystery. Whereas this time around, no. There are quest lines where you will not be able to guess the end because they don't reveal it. They just wait until you're there. They allow the story to breathe, which is also a big thing. Ellie, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. They allow the story to breathe a lot better than in the past. And there's a good reason for that. Back in the day, what you would have in World of Warcraft was, because the MSQ and the side stories were oftentimes merged into a single story, what you would get is almost like this rush, So the storylines would sometimes rush itself because you have so many quests and you want to get to the end of the story. And you also have all of these other quests that you have to somehow fit into it. This time around, it's a lot more, here's your story, and we're going to allow this story time to breathe. So the questline I did last night in the Ringing Deeps, it took us probably 2 hours to do. They went on pace, and they kept the pace. And the pace matched exactly what the storyline was supposed to do. Nothing was rushed. There was no point where you sort of felt like there's a bunch of exposition dumping being done on you because they forgot to show you how you got to from point A to point B. They take you from point A to point B. And what's more is you are involved in every single aspect of going from point A to point B. But here is the thing that I will say put this expansion over the top for me. And it's gonna sound weird because I don't think everyone thinks this way. But I will say the biggest immersion element of this expansion has been companion dungeons. There is something about doing this giant quest line with these NPCs, and then the quest line ends in the dungeon, and then you go into the dungeon, and the NPCs have not left you. They're right there alongside you, trying to see this storyline to its penultimate end. You know, in the past, what would happen is you would quest with Magni and Dagran, for example, and then you would get to the new dungeon, you would go into the dungeon, then Magni and Dagran would be standing there at the entrance, maybe give you a quest. Then you and your party would go forth and do the quest, and then they would only show up at the end of the dungeon again to be like, oh, thank you, champion. It's like, dude, where the hell have you guys been? You know, this whole time? Now they're right there with you. Magni is your tank. You know? And because they obviously care about where the story is going. That's why you were doing this quest line with them. And now they're also right there with you, seeing the storyline to its end. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely brilliant from Blizzard. And it makes the immersion so much better. Yeah, I think it adds so much to the story overall, you know? It is sad that I'm almost 280s in and I can't stop questing. No, why is that sad? I can't stand this expansion. I need my NPCs that finish each other's sentences and messages that about coming together. I'm literally shaking. Dominus, I feel you, man. I feel you. Thank you for your input. I'm just a little worried that it is a bait like Shadowlands. It doesn't feel like one, but you know, you never know, right? I would say be careful. Ferorius, how you doing, brother? Slaughterdale, how you doing, fam? Coming from Final Fantasy XIV, I really enjoy WoW Dragonflight and the War Within. Also liking the follower dungeon because I can try out stuff without rushing. Ellie, I feel you. I think the thing for me about the follower dungeons that I like most is the fact that I can take my time in the dungeons and actually experience the dungeons. Barry, how you doing? You know, I can look for clues and I can look for lore, and I don't have a party of like a tank that's just fucking chain pulling everything. It's like, bruh, I want to get the story. I want to see what this dungeon is all about. Why are we just chain pulling everything? Here, the NPCs are waiting for me. You know? They're waiting for me to make the first move. And I'm like, yep, I like this. Let's do this. Let's do more of this. So I personally think this is just a major step in the right direction. Neo, that's a spoiler. That's a spoiler. Don't go there. I love all the stay a while and listen moments. So many. Mera, how are you doing? Yes, I agree with you. I think the stay a while and listens have also been just one of the greatest additions to the game. No, you don't have to apologize, Neo Wow. It's luckily for you, it is a spoiler that I already knew about because Blizzard spoiled it. Yeah, this was like a few months ago already. So it is a spoiler that I already know about, but I don't want to know how it happens. I'm still guessing that. We're on that quest line, I think. I don't know, but I think we might be on that quest line. So I'm still in the process of guessing that. So don't spoil how it happens or anything like that. I don't want to know. I will get there when I get there. But yes, Merit, the stay a while and listen moments, I think, has just been a breath of fresh air. Because WoW dialogue has always had a bit of a problem in that a lot of the time it can feel like the NPCs are sort of speaking at you rather than speaking to you. And this can really sort of remove the personality of the NPCs. The stay a while and listen moments is like proper conversation. It's just NPCs having conversations with each other, and it feels like real conversations. So it gives you like a bit of a deeper look, a bit of insight into their thoughts at that moment in time. So yeah, I'm with you. I think very good addition to the game. Top to bottom in the tower. Michael, how did that happen, bro? Oh, Alcatraz, yeah, well, you should lead. You're really gonna like Hallowfall. Jack Sanity, how you doing, bro? I'm waiting to get there. Finch, how you doing, bro? Yo, Akko, did you try flying to Balador? Very interesting what happens in light or void form. I'm not there yet. I've been going very, very slowly because I have a lot of other things that I do in the week now. Like, my life has gotten significantly busier in the last few months. So I've only streamed. I started playing the game on Tuesday along with all the poor people, obviously. And we played for about 7.5 hours, I think, on Tuesday. Then we did almost 6 hours on Wednesday. And then we did another 6 hours yesterday. And now today we're going to do probably another 4 or 5 hours. So I'm going pretty slowly. But I'm also going very slowly because you'll see in a second when we start playing, I go very slowly. Because I run into every house, I look at every single thing that I can click on. I am just discovering, bro. I am not there to rush through anything. If it takes me a month to level to max level, then so be it. I want to experience everything that the world has to offer, right? Yes. Today is going to be a special Barrens Chat, Barrens Chat, where we're going to be playing. So I've been playing this all week, and then I realized, dude, what am I doing? My entire main audience on the main channel probably would like to see this as well. So yeah, we're playing today. Plus, I can't really speak, I can't do a Barrens Chat episode because I haven't finished the story yet. And a lot of you will probably have questions about like Hallowfall or Ringing Deeps, and I'm not done with those things yet. So doing a Barrens Chat right now would be useless. But streaming the gameplay and talking about the lore, just want to put this out here. If you joined here, hey Baldy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. If you joined here thinking, oh, Akko's going to rush to max level and we're going to start doing dungeons and raids, this is not the stream for you. We don't spend a lot of time questing. We spend a lot of time talking about the lore, guessing what could be happening next, trying to piece together the story, trying to figure out what the world is like, doing a lot of world building and implicit storytelling. That's what we do here. So yeah, if you don't want a lore experience, this is not the story. This is not the stream for you. Also, I should just say to all of the YouTube family that's joining the stream, if you want drops, those drops are over on Twitch. You can literally click the pinned link in the description down below or in the chat. I've pinned a chat there with the link to YouTube, to Twitch. And there's some things I will allow some of the mods to explain to you what you can do if you prefer watching on YouTube, but you still want some cool mounts. Like, it's a $1,400 mount. So, you get that for free by just watching 4 hours of gameplay. But yeah, you can literally just click that link, and yeah, you'll get that. It's clearly me. I've saved thousands of dozens of time. Turgan, it's not right now. Not right now. You feel, this is the other thing. You're just referred to as the Outlander here. Which is fine by me. I like the fact that I've not heard the word champion yet. Just Outlander. So, yep, that's who I am. You guys don't know who I am. You should have no idea who I am. So he says, how you doing, brother? Nice in pronouncing my name. A lot of people get it wrong, and you were spot on.
Hey.
Draganus, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Kirix, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. The heroes still call us champions, though? Well, yeah, because they know us, Matty. But it's a nice attention to detail. Right? The attention to detail is important. Magni knows who we are. So Magni will refer to us as he knows us. You don't expect the same from any of the characters in Khazalgar, because they don't have a clue who you are. So it would have been very awkward if you ran in there and the first person you see, like Brinth, for example, comes up to you and says, champion. And you're like, who the hell are you? How do you know who I am? You know? So it's a nice attention to detail. Magni called you champion once or twice, but for him it makes sense, so it's nice. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, right? It's not that I don't want to hear... Like, if Magni suddenly started calling me Outlander, I would have the exact same response. It's like,
hey,
what are you talking about, bro? We came from the same place. Like, what are you referring to, Outlander? Are you suddenly no longer Magni from Azeroth? You know, so obviously, if Magni starts calling you something else, that will be very jarring. So yeah, and it's attention to detail. Those little things are what drives immersion, and those little things are constantly present. Sabi Waves, how you doing, brother? And then, of course, Ray, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Yeah? Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. Cleaner just told me she's done. Sebi, no. It was just the cleaner telling me she's done. Hashil with the 2 community subs. Really appreciate you, fam. Can we get some hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen? Hearts in chat for Hashil. Thank you, sir. You are far too kind. When do we see you again in Mythic Banter? Oh, yeah. Yeah, ask him that.
Oh,
Hashil.
damn. Thank you.
Dude, did you just sub for the first time? Dude, welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you. You are far too kind. Okay, so what did I miss? I just noticed. What mod is that vape? Ellie, I don't know. It's Lost Vape is what it's called. And the tank is Vaporesso.
Oh, damn.
Neo, 5 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, sir. You are far too kind. Far too kind. So I haven't been able to be a guest in a while. Nah, it's fine. We literally just recorded today's episode. Just finished recording it. Kiki, how you doing? Welcome. Good game yesterday. Really like the quest variations. Drew, you have no idea, fam. What zone are you in? I will say this. If you're not in the Ringing Deeps yet, you have no business talking about quest variations. There is a particular quest line in in the Ringing Deeps that I'm currently doing it, and it is blowing my mind. You have no idea. I'm blown away by it. Adelia, 28 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. Would you look at that? You guys started a Skamar train. There's a hype train going. Thank you. I appreciate all of the support. You guys are far too kind. I don't deserve this. I really appreciate you guys. Level 75 in first zone. I like to clear all first. Okay, Drew. Yes. Wait until you get to the Ringing Deeps. It gets wild. All I can say is this is the expansion that just keeps giving. it just keeps giving.
I'm a rich bitch now.
Oh, Dreneman with the 5 community subs. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hearts in chat. Really appreciate you, Dreneman. Thank you. Get on it, choo-choo. I appreciate the level 2 hype train. You guys are far too kind. all of the YouTube viewers just going, what the hell is he talking about? What hype train? I'm not seeing anything. It's a Twitch thing. It's a Twitch thing, boys. You don't have to worry about it. I want the game to be more aware of what you are. A Void Elf should draw comments from Illyria, for example. I get what you're asking for, Michael. And my only response to that, I guess, would be... oh, shit. Adelia, did you just give 5 community subs as well? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get more hearts in chat. It seems it's payday again. It seems everyone's got money and they want to give it to me. I'm not complaining, but I am saying thank you. You guys are far too kind. But, okay, Michael, to your point, I get what you want, and I think that it's a worthy goal to aspire to. I do think this should be the next iteration, but I see that more as part of the evolution of World of Warcraft storytelling. I'm just glad that there are a couple of actual, like, class quests, class-specific quests in the new expansion, because I think it offers a lot of value to just allow for people to feel that connection to their own class. And I think that in time, we may actually get that. Right? In time, we may actually get NPCs that become a lot more aware of who you are and actually refer to you as such. Because yes, it is true. As an orc, I would love to walk up to Thrall and have Thrall respond to me as a fellow orc and not just as a member of the Horde, right? I think that is something that a lot of people would prefer, but that we're talking about the immersion qualities of the game, and there's already enough to where I'm going, if you guys eventually add that, that's great, you know? But for now, I'm just very happy with where we are, at least. Would be nice, but consider not all players that play Void Elf consider them self Void Elf. Some use it to play as High Elf. Alcatraz, yeah, okay, so what you're saying is Blizzard can't really do that because of how RP players approach the game. I think that's something I oftentimes don't think about at all, you know? Because you are right. That is something I never think about, right? I never think about how RP players approach the game, because it is true. Most RP players will roll one thing, and then it has nothing to do with the actual class or race that they rolled, because they're actually something completely different. According to their RP stuff. So, okay, I get what you're saying. Blizzard is sort of keeping it vain on purpose. Or vague on purpose. So no one really... So people can still put their own stuff in there, right? Oh, shit. Gentlemen, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Domago, how you doing, fam? I myself play a Void Elf Mage, but consider him High Elf. Okay, I get that. I play an Orc Warlock, and I consider it an Orc Warlock. But I don't RP at all in the game, so I guess that does make sense. There, to make it easier, Treadman, I appreciate you. Thanks, back to work. Sadly not doing well due to that fact. How many of you are forced to work right now and can't play World of Warcraft? Let me put it this way. How many of you are vicariously living through me playing World of Warcraft instead of being able to play it yourself? Just how you doing, fam? That's tailoring for the few and not the majority. Nathan again, I don't know. How many people RP and how many people don't? Wyfern, you're actually at work today. Knowing how much you hate your job, that is condolences. Too early for work at the moment, but I will be working later. Oh yeah, it's quite early for those in the US. I have to appreciate my US viewers for showing up. It's very early for you guys, so I appreciate you guys being here. I don't work on Fridays. Kiki, you lucky bitch. On Death Knight's immune to Void Mind powers. Playing as one feels weird to be affected by it. No, you would have been immune to the void powers while you were under the control of Arthas, because Arthas's mind control would have overridden anything that the void lords could or the old gods could do to you. Now that you are in full control of your own faculties, technically speaking, I think you should be open to mind control the same way that everyone else is. Because this is one of the key debates. Are the Scourge able to be controlled by the Void? And everyone would refer to Wrath of the Lich King, where the Void didn't control the Scourge, even though the Scourge could hear the whispers of the Void. And the reason why the Scourge at that point can't be mind controlled by the Void is the control of the Lich King overrides whatever control the Void Lords or the Old Gods can do. Once you remove the Lich King, you are now as influent or as capable of being influenced by the Void, by the Old Gods as anyone else. We know now that the Old Gods' mind or Void influence, there is almost nothing that can stand against it. For the longest time, the Titans pretended like their constructs were immune to Void mind control. We now know that's bullshit. They are not. We can see that they are not, right? So fundamentally, I think if anything in this expansion, we now know just how absolute the power of the Old Gods mind control could be. So unless you have someone that is directly controlling them, and I think this is why the Titans believed their constructs to be incapable of mind control. Because while the Titans were on Azeroth, they were directly controlling their constructs. So there was no way for the Void to get in. But once the Titans left, and all of these constructs were now left to sort of follow their orders, the Void was like, ooh, well, let's go. You know? April, how you doing? The Void are probably more persuasive than direct mind controlling, even if it can. That is also another thing that should probably be mentioned. It's rare that the Void will outright control someone. Most of the time, the Void is definitely more of a, let's suggest things and see how that goes. You know? Aka, how do you feel about the expansion and the story so far? I didn't really catch my attention, not gonna lie, but I speedran through it, so I might need to redo it. Dude, I'm in love with the expansion. I'm in love with the story because I'm not speedrunning through it. This story truly wasn't designed to be speedrun through. If you look at the kind of quests that you get and the kind of the kind of time that they spend on this story, if you speedrun it, you're not going to have the greatest of experiences because very few quests thus far has just been straight up kill this, kill that, collect 12 bear asses and come back. Almost every single one of the quests is a lot more involved. There's like a lot of things involved in that. Did you see Asmon react to your video? No, which video is that, Grofal? Oh, right. No. I don't know who reacts to what. I don't really pay attention to that kind of stuff. I can't imagine Asmongold really agreed with anything I said. Because my take on the whole early access mess is a different one, I guess.
I'm a rich bitch.
Thornshades, thank you for the 2 community subs. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you. Can I get some hearts in chat, please? He didn't really agree. Yeah, I can imagine that a lot of people wouldn't really agree with my takes there. Because a lot of people, I think, don't approach the early access thing from the principle of early access. And instead approach it from just, how does it affect me? And that will obviously change the conversation entirely. Like, if it was only about how does early access affect me, so if I was being selfish and I genuinely just thought about myself, my video would literally say, I don't care. Is what it is. You know, who gives a crap? Who gives a crap? But that is obviously not the only approach to that, right? And that's not the only thing that you need to talk about. That's not the only thing you need to think about. So yeah, it changes things considerably, I think. A few people have said that the story is too woke. What's your opinion on that? Neo, I have not seen any woke elements in the story thus far, but it also depends on what your definition is of woke. Thanks to the over-politicization of video games thus far, and this really is the mistake of developers that have just shoehorned their politics into every element of video games, we've reached the point now where a lot of people, and I know people like this personally, if they see one female character in the game, they're like, oh, woke. And it's like, wait, but that's not what woke means. It's not just that there's a female character, now it's woke. It's if the character is clearly just there because they're female, and it doesn't actually add anything to the story, So it doesn't, there's no reason why this character needs to be female. The same with if you're going to make a character gay or if you're going to make a character trans. The question is going to be, okay, what does this add to the story? Because if all you did was add this character so that you could tell the world, oh, look, we have a gay character, it's what we call tokenism, and it's disgusting. Why are you doing that? Clearly, if you want to have that character, develop that character and develop a story around that character and make that make sense, right? So allow the actions of this character to have a reason for them being gay, a reason for them being trans, or even just something as simple as if you want to explicitly state that a character is straight. I want to know why. Why do you feel the need to explicitly state that that character is straight? Because if it has nothing to do with this character's story arc, then that is information that, to me, is completely unnecessary. I don't need to know this. How is this? Why don't you just allow the player to decide whatever the fuck they think this character is, rather than you trying to tell the player what to do? Thus far, all of the characters that I've encountered in The War Within have been very well written. They make sense. Their positions make sense for why they're there. So I've not experienced anything woke. I'll let you know if that changes. Because I'm obviously not on the side of woke. I have an entire channel dedicated to calling out politics in video games. But I'm also not one to just blindly go, oh, woke. I have a very specific definition of what that means. So it's important to me that when you say that a game is this, that definition is played out. Female earthen with beards and amputee. Yeah, but okay, so here's what bothers me very much about people saying female earthen with beards. Since Tolkien being the father of fantasy, and no one can say that Tolkien was woke. The entirety of The Lord of the Rings was written from a Christian perspective, right? The Christian elements of The Lord of the Rings is phenomenal. Like you can literally see the Christianity in the entirety of his story. The concepts, the story building, the world building, the lore, all of it, right? Tolkien's dwarfs had beards, the females. That's an element of dwarven females. They have beards. It's why a lot of people consider dwarven females to be ugly, because it's very difficult to distinguish between the male and female of dwarves, because they all have beards. It's sort of like the thing with dwarves. So earthen females having beards is like, yeah, that's pretty bog standard for dwarves, So I don't know if I would necessarily say that that's a woke thing. That's just a class fantasy thing, or a race fantasy thing, rather. Beard on a lady. A little Fiji, how you doing? Amputee as a story. I enjoyed that arc. It wasn't just because, so it was fine. I was afraid Faerun would be woke, but thank God she's not. Though I will absolutely understand why somebody might think that a black half human, half elf a blinded, one-armed warrior woman might be woke. Again, it's all going to depend on what kind of politics is being pushed. If the character is just there, because I think Faerun looks cool as shit, just FYI. I think from the little that I've heard of her, the fact that she lost her arm is very much part of showing how rough things were in the beginning. And it's also really helped build out her character. Which is like, yeah, let's go, bro. Why wouldn't you do that? If it gives your character a very interesting twist. I'll give you an example of how we do this in acting, right? So in acting, you get given a script. And every actor's job is to make the role that they're playing their own. There were characters that I played where the notes on the script would say that your character is perfectly normal, healthy, 25-year-old. But then reading through the lines, I get this idea that I can play this character much better if I played this character with a limp. So then you design this whole backstory for the character where they were in an accident, lost the use of their leg, that has given them a limp. How is that affecting their personality? And all of that then changes the way that you're going to portray this character and the way that you're going to deliver the lines based on that. And that's just normal storytelling. You know, you want to showcase something, you find a way to make that make sense. And as long as that's there, I don't consider that to be overtly political. Thank you for that perspective. This makes very much sense. I'm happy to provide perspective. It's important to note that this is my opinion, right? And my opinion is not the be-all and end-all. It's just my opinion. It's how I feel about stuff, right? I don't expect everyone else to feel the same way. My only problem with her is a scene where one of their engineers offered to make her a better arm and she turns them down. Kamina, I would say that's probably because she takes pride in the fact that she can do this with just one arm, you know, and it's become such a part of her personality. Like, it depends on how they explain that again, you know. Maybe Blizzard wants to have her and Anduin grow alongside each other to the point where Anduin realizes that accepting help and admitting, you know, that you don't know everything is fine. And it doesn't mean that he's a bad person. But she maybe also discovers that accepting help isn't a bad thing, you know. And then she maybe does go to the engineer and allows the engineer to make her a new arm. And that changes things again, right? So it all depends on how they approach that storyline, and is that storyline important? So I'm gonna have to wait and see. It's not that, you will see. Her explanation is really nice, actually. Yeah, I haven't been there yet, so I'm gonna have to wait and see. She basically goes, I learned to do everything with one arm. I don't want to relearn a new prosthetic, which is also probably a very valid thing to believe at the time, no? So, listen, dialogue. Well, we'll get there, boys. We'll get there. We're probably going to hang out for another 5 minutes, and then we're going to get into the game. So get your coffees ready, get your tea ready, get your dicks ready. We're almost going. Was a ranger in his room? Oh, yeah. There's plenty of people that do that. Then it's cool. An author really describes characters, and the way you describe is Steven Erikson. You really should try Malazan. I'll definitely give it a go. Malazan, you say? Zeniquin, how you doing? Marius, how you doing, fam? Daxtron, I don't know if I should be worried about that comment or flattered, but I appreciate it nonetheless. She actually is very supportive of Anduin, which I adore. She doesn't push him too much, but she gently guides him. She is a lot more feminine than one would think, which is great, right? People who complain about everything being woke are the snowflakes nowadays, in my opinion, so triggered by the tiny things. Nathan King, that I, again, don't agree with, because we're now going too far to the other side, right? There are legitimate games that deserve to be called out because they have over-politicized the game to the point where it actually destroys and detracts from the game. And those people are not snowflakes. They are the ones trying to save the gaming industry from itself. Because again, if you want evidence of that, just look, right? Concord is failing because of over-politicization. It is costing Sony $200 million in lost revenue because they made the game so political that no one wants to play it. You can go to Dustborn. Dustborn is a game that 100% is not just a little political, it is the quintessential politics first game. It barely has 87 players. 87 players. And this is also a AAA gaming experience. So there are genuine people that are genuinely trying to fight the good fight, even though they are hated by some in the gaming industry. And it's not fair, I think, to call them the snowflakes, because then you're calling me a snowflake, because I'm one of those warriors. I'm one of those people fighting the good fight, trying to get politics out of video games. If you're going to write politics in video games, make the politics about the game. I'll say this, and I've said this before, and this is what I'll stand on. To anyone that wants to say politics have always been part of the game. When I say I don't want politics in games, what I mean to say is, if I can tell who you, the developer, not the character, who you, the developer, voted for within 5 minutes of playing your game is no longer a video game. Your game is political theater. What you made was political propaganda, masked as a video game. I should not be able to tell anything about a developer while playing their game. This has been true forever in art. You hear this very often when they say, if you want to be a great author, the author has to disappear from the page. So when I'm reading a book, I should not, even for a second, feel like the author is there. That's bad writing. Same is true for movies. I should not feel like the director or the writers exist in the movie. It should just be the movie. Same for games, right? And that's my stance on it. Everything else is fine. As long as I can, as long as the game doesn't become just political theater, I'm okay with anything. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's your game. Do whatever you want. Concord is unplayable due to a small pool of players to set up matches against. Yeah, but Michael, why does the game have such a small pool of players? I like that they're making new characters instead of being lazy and making pre-existing characters that way. I don't mind the fact that new characters are coming into World of Warcraft. I think anyone that is complaining about that is just complaining for the sake of complaining. Like, dude, who cares? New characters are brilliant. And the new characters in the War Within, thus far, have all been some of my favorite characters. Like, I'm happy with all of the new characters in the game. Speaker Brinth. Oh, dude, Speaker Brinth. I'm just constantly hoping Speaker Brinth doesn't die. Because the last character I really cared about was the dude, the Storm Rider. I can't remember his name now. Balin. No, not Balin. What was the Storm Rider guy's name again? I really started to love him, and then Baelgren, that's the one, Baelgren. And when he died, I was just like, bro, come on, Blizzard, you can't do this to me. How can you get a character that becomes so cool, and I care so much about this character, and then you just kill the character? What is this? It's not fair. So I'm now sort of scared to get involved with Brinth, because I'm afraid the same thing will happen. It feels like Game of Thrones all over again. Male characters introduced either die or are evil, and the female ones get to replace or defeat them. Something like that. I've not discovered any of that yet, but we'll see. Boss, though, that is true. He did go out like a boss. The chance that local chars stay relevant after the expansion is low anyways, I think. It depends on how good the character is, It really depends on how good the character is and how much people care about the character. Should be killed off in an epic way this expansion? I can't really answer that. Because I genuinely I don't want any of the major characters to die, but I know that some of them will have to die eventually. But I have a feeling Turalian might be the one that goes. I don't know why, but I have this feeling Turalian is gonna kick the bucket soon. So that Khadgar isn't fully dead. I don't mind Illyria dying at the end of the saga. It depends what they do with Illyria, right? Because I can see, if Turalian dies, I can see Illyria going full Void Mommy. Like, Illyria will lose her mind if Turalian dies. Am I going the right way? Guess we'll see in a second. Wait, why is the speaker on this side, like the far side of the aisle?
I suspected we might need some assistance.
Moira informed us of the situation. We're ready to help.
Oh, damn. Everyone's down here now? All right. Something big, I guess, is about to happen here.
Conversation initiated.
The High Speaker and his followers will answer for their crimes.
May your cause hold true.
I have to stop the High Speaker from making more Skarden. Machine Speaker Protocol dictates that one of the foremen in this area should have a key to the Hall of Awakening. Come with me and we'll track it down.
Conversation. We require a foreman's key to access the Hall of Awakening.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm listening. I can see how worried you are about Dagran.
I've got a lot to make up for. For a long time, I knew I needed to protect Azeroth. I gave up a lot. I gave up too much. I should have spent more time protecting you and Dagran.
Dagran's been through a lot too.
I know. I want to be here for him, as his granda. I wasn't responsible enough. That needs to change.
I like Dagran.
I've spent too many years listening to Azeroth's voice.
Hey.
I'm glad I can listen to yours now.
Aye, Father. We'll figure it out together.
All right, that's nice. Nether Damage, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching over on YouTube, please remember that there are drops enabled over on Twitch. If you watch for 4 hours, you get a $1,400 mount for free. Just watch for 4 hours. If you give 2 subs, you get a pet. The link is in the pinned message, so if you want to click that link and come over to Twitch, you are more than welcome to do so. You know, just have the browser open and you'll get the mount. So that's basically all you need to do. If you don't, I still appreciate you being here, and I hope that you enjoy yourself.
You
All right.
address the Queen of Legions of the Dark Iron.
Bro Ramos, how you doing, bro? Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Of the short stories, I feel they will pull him into the conflict somehow. To be honest, it will be Apocalypse if somehow Arator dies. I don't know if it will be Apocalypse, but I do think Arator's story is going to be explored a lot more towards midnight. Battle of the Earthen Wall. Akalon. There's a battle afoot. We need to assist machine speakers loyal to our cause and move against anyone defending the High Speaker. I'm going to remain and make plans with Edelgon. I need you to lead our forces while we're containing consequences of the High Speaker's actions in the Earthen Works. This is our first step in disposing him. We're putting a stop to his horrendous crimes once and for all. What do you say, Aklon? Up for a scrap? Always.
If you hear anything I need, let me know.
All right. So we are killing machine speakers. I'm still not sure how I feel about all of this. Like, I want to know exactly why the high speaker became the way that he is. Like, are they gonna at least explain that, or?
My task is but the machine.
Broken machinery. Well, they explain it. Okay. Then don't spoil it. But I'm really confused why the high speaker, because technically the high speaker should be following the Titans and should be only following the Titans. So it's sort of like,
Authorized.
why would the high speaker suddenly start losing his mind?
Last.
At last, I rest.
Okay, wait, that voice line is weird. At last, I rest. Are they being forced to do this against their will? Petro, how are you doing? Why would you say at last I rest? It's almost as if you're glad that this is over.
Protect the machines.
It sounds like Chris Mason.
But the machine.
Or at least that one part, protect the machine, sounded like
Violence authorized.
it was Chris Mason, but then it didn't sound like Chris Mason. Whose voice is the male voice? I've always been a buffoon. Maybe he took over after a competent priest. I don't know about that. I don't think they would. They don't look like the kind of people that would install an incompetent leader.
At last, I rest. Protect the machines. Not delayed.
They can't resist the commands of the high speaker, I think.
I
Yeah, but some of the others are resisting the commands of the high speaker. So, what exactly is going on? There's something weird afoot here. So what the hell am I supposed? Oh, I'm supposed to kill this guy, but he's dead now. I'm pretty sure Darren is also the Candle King. Darren? Why? Foreman Gesa, confront him. Might be infected like the foreman from yesterday's quest. But they don't look infected. Not, at least not with the crystals. You can see the crystal infection, right? On their bodies. And if you look here, they don't look infected yet. Oh, come on.
The High Speaker warned us about you.
I fucking hate people who literally just want to kill. Like, get it over and done with as quickly as possible. It's like, bro, chill out. You don't have to go the whole time. You can just relax. The game's not running away from you. I'm pretty sure Darren is also... I don't know who Darren is. I don't know actors, and I sure as hell don't know voice actors. Maybe over millennia, the Earth can develop a personality, especially if the archive is defunct, so they cannot renew themselves. Well, notice how they explain renew themselves as well. It's very weird, right? They don't explain when they renew themselves. Some of them claim that they renew their allegiance to the Titans. So it is possible that the Titans designed the Awakening machine to basically reorder and re-strengthen their control. Siva, how you doing?
Speaker detected. The High Speaker warned us about you.
Soon gave an extra week for us to save our Lawmaster and people are still sprinting. Yeah, sometimes, no matter what you do, people are just gonna destroy the game for themselves and then complain. Like, I've actually seen people complain about the story in the wildest ways. Like, I saw someone say, I think they leveled 5 or 6 characters, and they were like, I've leveled 5 or 6 characters now, and I really just can't get into the leveling experience this expansion. The story sucks. And I'm like, wait a second. If you've leveled 5 characters already, you have not paid attention to the story. There is a 0% chance that you've paid attention to the story. Welcome, my man. Glad to catch your stream. Bandoos, how you doing, bro? Happy to have you here. Yeah, some people don't give a crap, bro. For some people, it is just rush to the end. Get it over and done with as quickly as possible. Which is sad, because there's so much cool stuff to see. Foreman Alton.
We all have our tasks.
Return to your stations. Can you help?
Should have remained on the surface, Speaker Brim.
Because some of the foremen, well, actually, thus far, none of the foremen are on our side. Foreman Uzjaks.
Not working, Brynth. I don't know what to believe anymore. My efficiency is impaired. Take my access key. Never did like the High Speaker's pomposity.
My efficiency is impaired. What's going on? D-Waltz, how you doing? Will you start a podcast so I can listen on my drive to work? D-Waltz, I already have a podcast. We do it. It's Barrens Chat. It's every Friday, and it really is a podcast. So if you really want to listen, you can do that. It's not on Spotify though. So if you want me to upload it to Spotify, I probably could. Wait. Is your morale declining? Oh, I almost missed this book. Chat. Why did no one tell me there's a book? Worker, are you wary? Are you questioning your loyalty? The fact that you have opened this book has answered my question. Your morale is declining. You are concerned. Otherwise, you would not have opened this book. Something is fundamentally wrong. You want to fix it. I have answers, but also honesty. Be careful where you are reading this. Perusing its contents may be considered non-conformity or even defiance or deviance. Thus, you may risk punitive measures. Be cautious, seek truth. Obviously, you are still reading this book. You were loyal, you did your job, yet something is still wrong. You were conditioned and empowered in the awakening machine. You are waiting to return for your next sync, but the machine is non-functional. Time has passed. Your mind is filled with data irrelevant to work. Perhaps a relationship has developed. Non-work experiences have proliferated. As a diligent worker, you have taken the data you value most uploaded it into a memory gem and downloaded it into the archives for storage. Yet your memories multiply. Questions remain. There are limits to the information your mind can retain. A clay pot holds a limited quantity of water. You are overwhelmed. You begin to doubt. Your efficiency suffers. Your morale declines. You are still reading this book. You are wondering, why is this? Why is your morale declining? You have done what you were told to do. Machine speaker, you know this. When you return for your recharge in the machine, data that is not essential to work is removed. However, you can no longer retrieve or access that data from the archive. You are also trained and conditioned to do your job. This is still your primary function. Consider, your mind has been conditioned to accept your job. You are informed where you will go. You are informed what you will do. The longer you are away from the machine, the more your mind will drift. It fills with non-essentials. And on a long enough timeline, you will begin to question your basic conditioning. You are now more concerned. You know this is truth. You can sense it. You can sense it is truth. Work, we are told, defines us. Work purifies us. Our loyalty is reaffirmed in the machine. Our minds are focused. Your morale is declining because you have become divergent. What will you do about this? You could contact your superiors. That would correct your error. That would realign your divergence. There are other options. If you proceed, accept that witnessing and processing the information on the next page may merit punitive action. Yet you want to know more. If you accept these terms, turn the page. There is another world above. There are brethren and sistren and otheren who have walked away from their work sites. You are not trapped. You can leave at any time. A new world awaits you, one with exotic experiences. See sunlight, touch plants, express affection without limitation, witness sunsets, bathe in warm water, consume delights. I cannot help but note that you are still reading. Join us. Put down this book and walk away from the world below. The alternative is reporting yourself to your superiors right now, accepting correction. Either way, you want to escape the cycle of declining morale. The choice is yours. Lay down your burden. The world can be yours. You hesitated. You chose to turn the page. Most interesting. You knew you would make this choice. We knew you would not walk away. You are wise to remain where you are. You have provoked punitive action. Amendment is inevitable. Even now, representatives working for your superiors are observing your non-conformity. We will correct you. We will fix you. We can help. Soon your weariness will end. Accept that you will shut down. When you awaken, your loyalty will be reaffirmed. Your mind will be refocused. Now you understand. Now you have chosen. Praise the machine. Dude, this is like the WoW version of... This is the WoW version of 1984. Just want to make sure I have everything in here. It's almost like an IRL cult conspiracy recruitment pamphlet. This is what they did in 1984. The party would set up these things that would basically just push you back to the party. All right, let's see.
You have my focus.
This should get us into the Hall of Awakening.
The High Speaker must be stopped. Regroup with Moira. I'll head for the Hall of Awakening.
Well, that's a bad idea.
Are you here to chat or work? Mind yourself, champion.
You've managed to drive out some of the High Speaker's most devoted disciples, and you've cracked some heads. That's a fine start. But there's so many. Too many.
I dismiss you. May your hammer
We've
strike
done our
true.
best to contain the High Speaker's followers. We've hampered their efforts at destroying or looting anything they can take with them into the Hall of Awakening. Now we just need to deal with the leader of their forces before they can coordinate a more unified resistance. Are you ready to do this?
We will survive. We always do.
You dare challenge the will of the High Speaker? Suffer for your hubris.
Let's see how brave you are when your protective shield is gone.
Slag and rust. This isn't over. The High Speaker will hear of this.
How did she just remove his... Wow.
Let's get down to
Wait,
business
good.
then.
All right, let's go.
You may...
Dude, the scope of this place is insane.
We've caught up to him. Champion, take him out.
No.
I'll guard the rear.
I'm waiting for them to finish their shit so I can actually get my shit. I don't want to do it when other people are just killing him. Finish them excuse. Can't wait. I'm busy doing it now. Holy, what are you talking about? Like, what do you think I'm doing? You think I'm just here for my health? Of 1984 and 40k Tech Priests were merged. Dude, that book is just pure propaganda, no? Like, pure propaganda. With the revelations at the end. We'll get there. Was gone for a bit. I miss anything important? Not yet. We're waiting for the respawn here. I don't already know, but check the minimap for magnifying glass icons. They mark spots where you can read small lore pieces. Oh, wait, what? It's not on the main map. It's on the mini-map, right? I'll keep an eye out for that. I did not know that. I just run around looking for small little things all the time. Okay, here we go.
You must get away.
Oh, look at me grabbing on like Rambo. Let's go. This is not a good idea, is it? Would the lava actually kill him? Right.
Rouse yourself, champion. The enemy advances. Looks like Varric's machine is still usable. Use that mechanical contraption to blast him to scrap.
Alright, what am I... Oh, the aiming is shit on this. Why can't I hit that guy? There we go. Dude, I want this as a mount. Like, can you imagine? This would be a bloody awesome mount.
Now let's regroup ahead.
No, I mean with the guns. I'm not talking about the way it looks. I think I have that mount actually. I might. I don't know. But I'm talking about the guns. Ducky, how you doing, bro? I want a mount that can shoot guns. Nah, I gotta learn engineering. Dude, the mount in the game isn't gonna shoot guns. Oh. Let's do this. OP? Jackson, it depends. Like, if mounted combat suddenly becomes a thing, would that be too OP? waiting for season to start, to be honest. Oh, shit.
You need a hammer?
The ringing
And an open
deeps
hand.
should be safe for now, but the High Speaker. We need to follow Speaker Brinth into the Hall of Awakening.
I dismiss you.
No time to catch our breath. The High Speaker is fleeing to the Earthen's most sacred machine. We need to follow him. Remember, we're doing this for the Earthen, for justice, for all the brothers and sisters and comrades who've fallen to the High Speaker's hubris.
We will survive. We always do.
So we can
Prince is
sign up now,
already
right?
Inside the Hall of Awakening. Let's move. The mountain lends us its strength. You may take your leave.
Mounted combat on ground mounts would be super awesome.
I can hardly believe it. This place dates back to the time of the Titans.
Time for that later, Dagrin. We've a fight in our hands.
Let's do this. Austeri Weston. Can we go? Are they in my party already, or are they just gonna... This is a solo thing.
Speaker Eric refuses your entry. High Speaker will
This is solos in order. Dude, that's cool as shit, actually.
Champion.
Alright.
Intruders, activate the defenses.
Whoa, bro. What's with that? What the hell is that? Alright, let's quickly... Oh, this is fun.
Champion, those bombs have enough firepower to destroy the turrets.
Oh. We'll get there in a bit, bro. Just quickly killing some things. Look how Dagran opens the door. So cool. Dude, Dagran might be one of my favorite characters in this expansion. Can you get both of them with one bomb? Nice.
Hurry! We need to catch up to Brinth.
Dagran is cool, man. He's got this sense of wonder to him, which is amazing. I see what you mean. It is actually cool. Okay, here we go. What do we have here?
We're near the stone vault. That's where the dormant earthen are stored.
And if those earthen awaken this garden,
Get those doors open, lad. And fast.
I don't want to rush too much. I want to explore. We have protectors. I still don't see any void on them. Do you? I mean, look at that. They're definitely not scarred in. I play on Kazakh, Ducky. They are most definitely... Okay, here we have the first Scarden, actually. And the Machinist Protectors are actually fighting the Scarden. So it's clear they don't know. Very interesting. What the hell is going on, bro? There's these prisons, and the garden is kept inside these prisons. Did they not know what they were doing, or?
This configuration? I've read about this. Proper alignment of the runes should open the way.
All these stars.
Stay near me, champion. I'll heal your wounds.
Okay, so now we're just being attacked by everything.
It's too far.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where are they going? I mean, where is everything going? Like, oh, I should probably help him, right? Garden Metamorphosis. Dude, the void is doing a number on them. Why do I feel like we're making matters a lot worse? Like, look at all the void creatures escaping.
I've got it. We can proceed.
So many Scarden. If only we'd known about them sooner.
Yep. I feel like I just made matters a lot worse. MK, how you doing? Yeah, I was told he didn't agree with what I said.
So, you're relentless, vindictive, and misguided. Perhaps my golems can show you the error of your ways.
Hi, speaker. Shut the f up. You don't know what you're talking about.
I need to get past
Oh, so it's one of these fights. Now, how long is that flame barrier gonna go? Come on, bro. Fight me, bitch. Iron protectors. Let's see. I want to know what this guy's explaining. I hope he explains himself. Like, I genuinely... Frost, how you doing, brother?
Barrens people be turned into monsters.
This room seems different. Do the walls seem older to you?
I've seen rooms like this before. There's Titan machinery in here.
Stan and Hamster, how are you doing?
Built the machines, but the oldest ones remain unchanged.
The Ethan rebuilt these machines, but the oldest ones remain unchanged. I haven't even paid attention. All those gears, wires. Okay, so here we go. Master Machinist Dunstan. Whoa, look at all these.
It is time to step down, High Speaker. Everyone knows what you've done.
What I've done? saved us all. I have found a path to our salvation.
You would have us all live as Skarden?
Better to live as a Skarden than die as an Earthen.
Does he actually believe that? But I feel like so many people make the mistake of trusting the Void when the Void never comes to you without a price. I like it. I mean, I don't mind it at all. I don't want to confront him just yet. I want to check out something first. No.
It is done. Now, with this power, all Earthen shall awaken.
Holy crap. What the?
We've lost them all. Oh, it's over.
Granda, you can stop this. I've seen you wield Azeroth's gift. It's you. You're the only one who can save them.
Oh, there we go. Oh, let's go, bro.
Azeroth, let your blessing pass to them.
What the? Wait.
You did it, Granda. You saved them.
Wait, he died? He's dead? Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. What a cool... Oh, shit, he's back.
She let me go.
Welcome back, Magni.
You woke me. Who are you? I'm Magni. Magni. But who am I? Whoever you want to be.
Wow. So we've just awoken all of them and they're free. Did you want more evidence? Yeah, I saw the small shards of... I Azerite. But you want more evidence that Azeroth is not a Titan? What did the Titans do to the Earthen? They enslaved them. They basically made them, coded them, hard-coded them, and then forced their entire cycle to upload. Like, you could, if you take this book, so if you take this book, right, and you read what is in this book, it reveals to you exactly what the Awakening Machine does. The more experiences they have, like the more experiences they take into themselves, the more they start to question their directives and what they're doing. Because obviously they're learning, right? And they're learning that there might be more to life. In this book, they actually go through how you might be starting to feel things. You might be starting to feel empathy. You might be starting to form relationships that isn't just work related. So the Titans built this entire system of enslaving the Earthen to their will, and then ensuring that the Earthen will never be able to collect enough experiences to actually question their directives. What does Azeroth do? She frees them. She makes them free from all of that, so that they can now choose for themselves who or what they wish to be. This, I believe, is what we'll see happen in the rest of this saga. We will learn how the Titans have done this to Azeroth herself. She has basically been enslaved as well. And now I'm starting to think that all of those forges that we have on Azeroth that is connected to Azeroth, they do the same thing. So they're meant to remove Azeroth's experiences and archive it, so that Azeroth herself also never fully gets to the point where she believes that she should be waking up now. Because you have to think for yourself, how long have Azeroth actually been asleep inside the planet? Right? How many things have Azeroth been through? How many things have happened to Azeroth? Azeroth is stabbed by Sargeras, and yet she does not wake up. So then you start asking yourself, okay, but how does the Titan then know when it is time to finally wake up? How does a nascent Titan become a Titan? And you would think, well, probably with their experiences, right? It's their experiences that play into this. And I just feel like that would be a good way for the Titans to keep her asleep. Remove the experiences, upload it to an archive that she doesn't have access to, and then slowly but surely, you can take the power that she has, because she will never be ready to wake up because she doesn't believe she can wake up yet. And I think if you go from Legion and you look at all of the things we had to do in Legion and in BFA, for example, in BFA we went to a bunch of the forges. And we had to recode the forges, if you guys remember correctly. What if that was Azeroth? Azeroth basically setting up the forges to re-download all of her memories into her so that she can once again be herself. So we've been slowly but surely moving the pieces around to get to a place where Azeroth can finally be free. That's my theory thus far. Yeah, kind of like unleashing the chains of order. I don't know if it's a prison for Azeroth's soul. I do think it is a prison. Missed what, Z Vengeance? What was I supposed to see? Because I can literally go back. What was I supposed to see? All of them. And what the? Wait.
You did it, Granda. You saved them.
It is possible, Ducky. Wait, he died? He's dead? Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. What a cool... Oh, shit, he's back.
She let me go.
She let me go. Well, is that what you're referring to? She let me go. Because, I mean, I didn't miss that. But it plays into what I said after this. Because she did let him go. She needed him to do something, right? She needed him for a specific task. And so she turned him into Diamond. Now, there's an interesting thing here that we're gonna have to discuss. I'll probably make a video on this tomorrow. Remember what Baelgren and the others called Magni? They called him a Thagren, if I remember correctly. The Thagren were the greatest among them. Their generals and their leaders. And they were all... Oh, Thragar. You're right. They called them Thragars. That's the word. Thragar. They were the greatest among them. Also made of diamond. And very strong, very powerful. They were the leaders of the Earthen. This would suggest that Azeroth has been trying to do this for a long time. And yet, for some reason, whatever that reason may be, every single time she's tried it, she failed because someone stopped her. And Magni is the one that finally managed to do the thing, right? Free the Earthen from the Titan's grasp. Well, so obviously Magni was diamond, right? He was a diamond. His armor, everything was given to him by Azeroth. And I do see a lot of you talking about the Curse of Flesh. The Titans obviously say that the Curse of Flesh comes from the old gods. Because that's where that lore comes from. The only part, as far as I'm aware, where the Void claims to be the ones that give us the Curse of Flesh comes from the whisper from Il'gynoth that says he is your true creator. That's, as far as I know, that's the only time the Void claims to be the creators of us, right? So it is possible that flesh actually comes from Azeroth. It was Azeroth that gave the first Earthen their flesh to make them dwarfs. It was Azeroth that turned the first humans to flesh. Azeroth made the first trolls, the first elves. Just more evidence that Azeroth is not a Titan, in my opinion. Oh my god, that's not true. Because the Earthen literally asks him... Like, I'll show you why they are freed from the Titans.
Magni! But who am I?
She doesn't know who she is.
Whoever you want to be.
Boom. Azeroth did free them from the Titan grasp. The whole point of the awakening machine is once you awaken, your directives are once again uploaded to you, and you become a tool of the Titans. Azeroth awakens them not to be tools, but to be themselves. To be whoever they choose to be. So no, they are as much awakened by Azeroth as they are freed by Azeroth. Take their children from Titan domination. Hashiel, I could see that, yeah. Now she is being a dick and destroys his armor. It would only be fair to give it back. You break it, you fix it, Azeroth, you snap. I mean, maybe he gets a better armor, you never know.
Have you heard anything I need to know?
He's gone. He really gone? As far as I'm concerned, oh, no, wait, what? We're not going to do even a little bit of checking before we let this dialogue go? Because this is really bad. He's gone. He really gone. As far as I'm considered, he just abdicated his authority. Wouldn't it be, as far as I'm concerned? I don't know where he fled, and I don't care. Now that the Awakening Machine is operational again, we can step up and set things right. Truth. Truth.
May your hammer strike true.
The earthen in the ringing deeps remind me of my people. Hard workers, faithful, sometimes forgotten by those who depend on the strength of their own hands. I think we'll get along fine.
If you hear anything I know.
Ah, Aklon, the Orc of the Hour. We were just discussing you. There is some unfinished business for us to attend to now that the High Speaker's transgressions have been corrected and the Awakening Machine restored once more. Care to stick around?
The High Speaker has ruled for as long as any of us can remember. But he's no longer one of us.
Well, sounds like you need a new High Speaker. And Brinth, you're the right earthen for the job.
Me? Elaborate.
You cared for your people like no one else has. Not by commanding, but by understanding.
Then you know I will leave it to my people to decide.
Something tells me they already have.
Honor Guard, reporting for duty. If you'll accept the position.
I accept. I am the High Speaker.
I'm very happy outside. Little Skirmish, how you doing? Riley, how you doing? The quest add-on is called Dialogue UI. Lexal, how you doing? It's called Dialogue UI. So if you care about lore, if you care about story, there are two add-ons that you absolutely need to get. Well, you don't need to get Dialogue UI, but it really does make things a lot cooler with this, right? But then the other one that you absolutely have to get is Lore Keeper. Lore Keeper stores every single book that you collect in the game so that you can go back and literally read them at your leisure. I know it's helpful for me because there's a lot of books and a lot of discussions and stuff that happen here. So definitely worth checking both of those add-ons out. Oh, Abaddon, how you doing, bro? The Dark Lord, how you doing, fam? Captain Kazol, how you doing, bro? Is it possible that Azeroth was supposed to be consumed during or around the time of the Black Empire, presumably when Xal'atath originally arrived here, but OG, sensing something in Azeroth when they were tethering to her, did not want her consumed or so soon. Thus, they imprisoned her. This also explains her and Azoth's making a bargain for her release. I think so. There's definitely a possibility of that, but even then, I'm still not convinced that what Xal'atath actually wants is the soul of Azeroth. Like, and I don't mean that because I know I use that word very specifically because Xal'atath says, the soul of your world shall be mine. But I don't believe that it's to control Azeroth. I believe it is to set her free. Now, that does not mean that Azeroth is aligned with Xal'atath. It might be that Xal'atath and the Void Lords believe that by setting Azeroth free, Azeroth will kick order in the nuts, right? And therefore, Void will be able to become strong enough to rule the galaxy. Azeroth might awaken and be like, nah, fam, what if I kick both of you in the nuts? It might be a calculation error on the side of Xal'atath, but we'll have to wait and see, right? Not yet, the Dark Lord. I got in very late last night. It was a short election campaign. Yeah, they basically just decided and there they go. It should work with voiceover. I heard that, Abaddon, yeah? Captain Kazul, yes, but you have to remember, if I'm saying to you what was denied me so long ago, unless you know exactly what I'm referring to, you can attach any meaning to that, right? So if Xal'atath says, the soul of your world that has been denied me so long will be mine, yeah? On the surface, what does that sound like? It sounds like she wants the soul of our world. She wants to corrupt or claim the soul of Azeroth. Fair, that's true. That's exactly what it sounds like. But it could mean a million other things. Right? It could mean a million other things. Remember, the only reason we believe that the old gods and the Void by extension cares about corrupting Azeroth is because the Titans said so. Not because the Void has ever said that. It's because the Titans said that. So when you're hearing those lines, you're hearing it through the lens of the Titans. That's why I'm looking forward to learning more about what Xal'atath is. I'm not suggesting that Xal'atath doesn't want that. She might want that. But it might also be something completely different. Right? It might be the power that is housed within Azeroth. It could be a million different things. Maybe the world soul was the friends and family we made along the way? No, that's not what it is. After all, she has been through Azeroth, is going to kick just about all the cosmic orders in the nuts? I think so. N'Zoth did offer to save us from what is to come. It's totally fair. We don't have a great frame of reference for her. I took it to mean in regards to her role as the Harbinger for the Void Lords who were consuming, destroying worlds. I think, Captain, the thing that bothers me is until we know the origins of Xal'atath, most of the lines of Xal'atath is always going to be a little bit dual nature. Right? Because think of it this way. Let's imagine for 2 seconds that right now the soul, and Domago, this goes for you as well because you seem to disagree with me. Imagine for a second this. Imagine right this very moment, the soul of Azeroth is in the grips of the Titans. Their forges are literally wrapped around Azeroth so tightly that Azeroth can barely breathe. Azeroth can't be free. She can't do anything because of the Titans. Now imagine Xal'atath is actually a servant of Azeroth. She came from Azeroth. She was born on this planet. Then suddenly that line means very different things. The soul that's been denied me so long will finally be mine can literally just mean I came from her, she is my mother, and she will be mine again. I will free her from what the Titans have done to her, right? So until we know the origins of Xal'atath, it's going to be very difficult to say what she's talking about. But I'm not in any way discounting the fact that she could literally just be talking about she wants the soul, she wants to put it inside the Dark Heart, because you can imagine, if the soul of Azeroth is absorbed into the Dark Heart, there is not a power in the whole of the cosmological universe that can stand against her. She will be unkillable at that point. Domago, she spent eternity again. So you're telling me, and that's all I'll ask, there is 0% chance that Xal'atath may actually be from Azeroth. Like 0. 100% 0. Cannot happen. There's no world in which Xal'atath can be part of the Void, but actually born on Azeroth. Because I can give you a story right now that will make that seem a lot more likely. Being on the run from the Titans, hunted by the Titans, Xal'atath realizes she needs a new power to help her fight the Titans, and thus she turns to the Void. accepting the void into herself gives her the power to withstand the Titans, and that is why the Titans are forced to lock her into the blade, because they can't stand against the power that is Xal'atath, especially now that she has all of the void. So Xal'atath being or serving the void is only part of the story. It's not the whole story. Now, all of that is just made up, but it's to show you that there are layers to the story that until we find out more, it's very difficult to make a concrete decision and go, yep, that's what this is. That's the only reason I'm keeping an open mind, is because I don't know anything about her origin. So, for example, if I asked any of you, where is Xal'atath from? Can you give me a definitive answer as to where Xal'atath is from? Ohio. Holy, the bandages can mean a million different things. You can't say she's 100% from Koresh, because it might be that there are numerous harbingers. As we've just discovered, there is likely numerous Thragar, Magnis, speakers of Azeroth. They've all just failed, right? Victor, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate you. I think Azeroth is a big kobold. The body isn't even hers. She is hot. Definitely Polish lady. Chrissy, I guess that's also possible. Are Polish girls hot? Of course, that's what I believe. Yeah, Holly, of course. It's perfectly fine, right? And I'm open to everyone's beliefs here. That's the point of this channel, is for every one of us to provide our theories. But I think what is very important is always to remember that until we have definitive proof, what we have is just theories. And it's really fun to discuss this with you. That's why I'm standing here discussing it with you. But don't cement yourself in theory, because it's going to make it impossible for you to adapt your theory if new information comes out. And instead, what you're going to try and do is twist the information to fit your theory, rather than your theory wrapping around the information. That's why I said, right now, I could literally sit here right now and make a video saying Xal'atath is serving Azeroth and believe it. But I can also make a theory saying Xal'atath is trying to kill Azeroth and believe it. Because right now, it's sort of like, I don't know. I don't know where she's from. I don't know who she really is. I just know that she doesn't look like she served the old gods. It looks more like they had a bargain with each other. And if the old gods served the void, that's a whole different discussion. Because then you have to go, well, did the old gods actually come from the void? Well, maybe not, because there's evidence that they are decay. But they could also be of the void, right? So there's multiple answers there. So it's sort of like, keep an open mind, allow the story to play itself out, and then as more information comes our way, we will adapt. Like, trust me, you guys will force me to adapt. I know this because I've made these videos for you guys for a long time. The second I put out a video, there will be someone that goes, but actually, oh, dude, did you see this new information? That's clearly suggesting something new. And then together we adapt our theories and we move to a new direction, right? Azeroth's a kobold, and that's a fact. That the big ball we see in visions is her candle. When kobolds say, take candle, they mean leave Azeroth alone. Wow. All right. I mean, that is some fucking concrete logic right there. I can't disagree with that. I think we saw her real form in the first animated short Blizzard released before launch. What, Azeroth's real form? And if we want to look at it from another angle, Aquilon, we could likely, of course, consider the possibility that Bargain was actually a means of hiding Xal'atath from someone something, which could also have interesting implications. Ooh. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Hide from who, if you were to guess?
Have you heard anything I need to know? Mind yourself, champion. We need you.
Orientation, Gundergas. Our new kobold friends have been moving into Gundergas. They've also been gathering odds and ends from around the Ringing Deeps. You should check in with the quartermaster, go have a look at what they've collected. Then we can talk about what we're doing next. I heard Anduin's around here somewhere. I suspect he has some plans for Hallowfall. We need all the allies we can get against the Nerubians.
I dismiss you.
I don't want to do any of the side quests right now. When she killed Khadgar, I think she's a hippie. That's basically it. So here's the question, boys. Do we do the side quests in this zone first, or do we just move on and continue with the main storyline? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to move on and do the main storyline. Hey, what just happened? Oh, Captain Gazul, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Side quests, they're for world building, for the best experience. Do side quests? Okay, I don't know, because the main storyline and the side quests have very little to do with each other, but I am going to do the side quests all the same. Wasn't following anymore? Hey, I'm very happy to have you here, bro. After I did all the main quests, I'm back in zone 1 on side quest now. Nice. Main to give context, to give everything. I think doing the whole campaign and then side quests later on provides the better experience. Okay. Side quests are good though. No, don't get me wrong. Aristara, I'm not suggesting for a second it isn't. The side quests is amazing. I've done every single one of the side quests in Isle of Dawn, and I loved it. So I have no problem doing either, but I'm really invested in the main storyline right now. So yeah, it's kind of that thing of I just want to see what happens next. I just want to see what happens next. Reason I did all main first is I follow stories better in order. Side quests are filler. The side quests, so what the side quests are is if Isle of Dawn is anything to go by, and I'm assuming it's going to be the same for all of the expansion, the main storyline is literally that. It's the main story, right? It's what you need to know. The side quests is what we would consider it to be world building and zone building, as well as narrative design of the zone, which is the point, right? Zones need narrative. Those zones have their own stories. But I'm going to tell you, there's a couple of main storyline or side storylines that I can very easily see become main storylines in some of the patches. Like, there were a few on Isle of Dawn that I played through that I was like, dude, this could so easily become one of the main storylines. Last night, I was fishing for an hour, and the music and the ambience in the deep sea made me cry. You said if that Azeroth tried to set Earthen 3 with other speaker like Magni and didn't work, but didn't Magni did the ritual of his own initiative, and not because Azeroth wanted it from him? Martin, wait, what do you mean, of his own initiative? Did it really show you on the last quest? I started dinner in Hallowfall. I love the zone. Okay, so we're gonna go to Hallowfall. Hey bro, so you think that side quest in BFA, etc. didn't flesh out the zones as well as they are now? I mean, it's very unfair to compare side quests in BFA, Shadowlands, even Dragonflight to the side quests in The War Within, because the philosophy is completely different from these two expansions. In the old expansions, the main storyline wasn't just the main storyline. If you don't believe me, go back with an alt and play through the Legion main storyline. Even Shadowlands. Shadowlands was the first time where they started changing the icons of the quests to give you the main story. But if you actually looked at the main story would oftentimes have some quests that had to do with the bigger storyline, but then also a lot of quests that had nothing to do with the bigger storyline It was just the main story of the zone, right? So this is why the main storyline usually tended to feel a bit broken up. Like the pacing felt a little weird because you're doing this quest line to do with Zuval and the attack of the Maw on Bastion, for example, and then suddenly you're doing this quest line about how Bastion is mind controlling the Kyrian, and you're like, the hell does this have to do with that? And then somehow it weirdly connects back into the Maw Sworn and the Kyrians falling, and it's like, okay, I don't, like, how are we getting here? What's going on here, actually? So you'd have these very broken quest lines. Then the side quests in the old expansions were generally just filler. They weren't meant to really tell a story. They weren't meant to really fill out much. They were there to give you more things to do. Because Blizzard wanted to keep you busy, right? And they wanted to make it feel like there was a lot more to do. But if you think back, most of the side stories would literally be wasting time. Just killing a bunch of shit. And really only to level. That's basically their main goal, was to level faster. In The War Within, Blizzard's philosophy has changed, and they said this multiple times, so I'm not thinking this for myself. I'm literally saying what Blizzard said. The main story is now truly the main story. It only deals with the main beats of the story that every player needs to know in order to understand why are we doing the first raid? Why are we doing the dungeons that we're doing? That's why they exist. The side stories are now, or the side quests are now the zone stories. So every zone has a story. Every part of a zone has a story. If we look, for example, let's just fly randomly, right? And we say this area here, right? So look at that area there. There's obviously a story here. Just looking at this area, you can tell there's something here. Something happened here. Something must have led to this place looking the way that it is. Someone must have built this. Why is this here? What is the point of these tracks, for example, here? Now, Blizzard have moved the side quests to explaining this. So you do side quests that fill in what is the story of the world, right? And I think it works. I think it works brilliantly because it streamlines pacing. It removes all of the problems that used to exist with pacing and instead says, do this if you just want the main story. Do this if you actually care about the story and the lore. And it's brilliant, right? And on that point, Echo, you should do the MSQ all the way through. McDonough, that's what we're going to do. It's the best leveling quest story experience since WoD. I agree. I absolutely agree with you. There's your own... Yeah, I think it's brilliant, right? You go here on the max level part of the MSQ. Yeah, I'm assuming, right? We're eventually going to get there. But I just chose that as an example because I obviously haven't played through it yet. Honestly, since I unlocked Pathfinder, I only fly as regular flying. Why?
It's not junk, it's treasure.
I mean, what? I don't ever want to fly regular flying again. I'm a huge fan of new flying. I feel like new flying has made the world a better place. Just make sure. Where's that trinket? I could have sworn I had a trinket, and now I don't know where my trinket is. Am I losing my mind? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Never mind. If only they could make ground mounts as cool as flying ones. They will probably eventually. But dynamic ground mounts. There's been discussions about dynamic ground mounts, but whether or not dynamic ground mounts is actually going to be a thing, that's a whole different discussion. I think if that is going to be a thing, it's probably going to be midnight. that will get dynamic ground mounts. But I kind of wonder if Blizzard doesn't feel like it's a system that you're designing, and you're obviously putting a lot of effort into the system, but most people are still gonna fly. They need make ground mounts like in Guild Wars 2. Zane, how you doing? I don't know how it is in Guild Wars 2, but yeah, I feel like it might just be one of those things where, since most zones now allow you to fly, Blizzard might just be going, you know what, who cares about ground mounts?
Let's get down to business then. You may take your leave.
It's good to make new friends. In the days ahead, we'll need all the help we can get.
We will survive. We always do. So, now that you've changed, how do you feel?
I feel humbled. Like I've carried a burden for a long time. Like I've finally been forgiven. I've had debts to pay.
Forgiveness shouldn't be easy. When I was much younger, we clashed a lot. Some things, well, there were things I couldn't forgive you for. When you were in your other state, I at least knew you were learning. I didn't want to forgive you. And I didn't want you to forget what you've done. What you did.
What changed your mind?
Well, watching you and Dagran. He sees you differently than I do. He sees who you've become. You're here for him.
Alas, my old life. I can't live my life that way.
Aye. You need to be here and do right. For both of us. You can see how much you mean to Dagran.
I understand. I've changed, and my life has changed. I don't want to live in the past. I want our family to have a future.
Then I'm glad we still have our future.
Onward and upward. On to the next adventure.
Yep.
Refer all diplomatic questions to my daughter, Moira.
Give me something to figure out.
Someone asked about... I'm not fully clued up on all of the Dwarven lore and everything to do with the Dwarven lore, because I haven't made a video about dwarves in a long time. But if I remember correctly, Moira married into the Dark Iron Dwarves. Was it the Dark Iron? I think it was the Dark Iron. And then Magni wasn't too fond of that. So he had her husband killed. They also had major disagreements on the future of Ironforge. She eventually had a plot to overthrow Ironforge. There was like a lot of clashing, but I would have to go back and actually read that lore again, because it's been years since I've gone through that. But yeah, it's like a giant thing, right? Within the lore, they came together only recently. She was originally kidnapped. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, she was kidnapped and then she fell in love with her captors, and we were then used to kill her husband, but it was on Magni's orders. And they had other disagreements as well. If I remember correctly, there were a number of things that they didn't agree on. But all you need to know is they did not like each other very much. Just the fact they forced the dragonflight system down the throat is nasty. Some world quests are fully built upon dragonflying and can't do them unless you cost 5 seconds to change your flight style. Yeah, but what I would like to know is, why would you prefer normal flying? See, but I think this is why a lot of people might be asking for ground riding to become better. And that is, it is true. In terms of gathering herbs and minerals and mining ore and shit like that, the truth is, normal flying is better. Get levels of mining, and you can mine with Dragon Mount. Sometimes I miss and only need to go up a foot or two, and it's annoying otherwise. New flying is way better. Normal flying is for precision. They fixed doors. Gathering is better with dynamic flying. I haven't mined at all yet in this expansion, so we'll see. But alright. Hello, Fall, here we come, baby. Normal flying and dragon flying has different uses.
What can I do?
Akalon, I'm glad our paths have crossed. Edelgon has been telling me about a cavern called Hallowfall. She's told me the people there are called the Arathi. I cannot imagine that they are related to the ancient human kingdom, but it can't be a coincidence. Edelgon's people had fruitful contact with him some time ago. Whatever happened, I hope to repair that relationship and gain their aid. Please meet me at the Hallowfall gate.
Will I be forgiven?
But we had no access to the core way, and helping another culture was outside the Oathsworn's edicts.
Perhaps they need our help as well. Thank you for your help, Edelgon.
All we need in WoW is actual AI that's able to say player names, and that will be the coolest thing ever. Like, imagine if in an actual cutscene they actually say your character's name. Like, that would be sick. Huh. Why is there Azeroth balls just floating deep inside these caverns? And why does this ore look a little voidy to me? Alright, in we go. What a view, bro. This is insane.
By the light, it shines as brightly as the sun.
Yep.
Are those airships? But we're underground.
Dude, this place is huge. Anduin, don't ask me questions. I don't know either. Yet you skip it all? Skip what? They let you fly now to the quest giver, but if you see the art team made this amazing way, all the way down for ground. Oh, you're talking about this. Oh, okay. And your favorite zone? Wow, Zolfar, this is beautiful. Like, just the grand... I'm looking at this, and I'm already looking forward to my adventures. Like, the scale of this is nuts.
I will always try.
I hear the radiant song. Is it coming from that crystal?
It is that crystal. I still don't believe the Radiant Song is actually Azeroth. I know everything we just saw from Agni, but that crystal... Either that crystal belongs to Azeroth, in which case everything I believed about Azeroth is wrong, or the Radiant Song that the heroes are hearing isn't the same as the song that Magni just heard. Or the voice that Magni just heard. Okay, why are these things destroyed? What happened here? Is this just age, you think? Or was there some kind of battle here? Still plays into the Oshigun theory I had. It had resonating frequency for the smaller chunks that were broken off. Did you play Diablo 3? I did, Danmo. Must have been one hell of a battle to have this break, no? You know what else I just realized? Does anyone else get the sense, like just looking at this, do you get the sense that before these mountains existed here, this may have been a city with no mountains? Like, look at that. It doesn't look as if these things were built on the mountain. It looks as if either the mountain fell onto it or the city sunk into it. Because you look here, this seems to go on. It doesn't look like it stops against this. Look at this, falling on top of it. Something's weird here, man. This may have been part of when the city sunk into the ground. This stuff got broken. So this is what we talk about when we say implicit storytelling. It's where you're telling the story purely through visuals, right? So you're just showing the player things and the player pieces these things together for themselves. So yeah, this, for example, you can see is broken off. Well, not actually broken. No, this looks as if it was... Huh, very interesting. If it was broken, you would expect more jaggedy edges. Oh, look at that tower, man. This place is bonkers. Another one of those broken things. This definitely broke when the city sunk. These tracks as well means that this was once a mining opening. There must be some kind of mine inside here. There was I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Shadowmire. Oh, that's cool. It's the Shadowmire because the crystal's light doesn't reach here. There's a big-ass mountain between this and the light. Okay, so let's quickly explore this. Let's quickly explore this, chat. What if, and this is, obviously I haven't done this zone yet, so there's a lot of posturing and a lot of explanations that's still required. But imagine for a quick second if all of this was one giant city that was once above the ground, right? So it was on top of the water. And imagine if this crystal was once the center point of the city. What would that have looked like? If all of this was sunk into the depths, maybe by the Titans. It's just initial theory, because I have not discovered any of the lore yet. But just what if? Yeah, Kaskaroth could obviously have done this. It could have been the Sundering. It could have been the Titans that just hated this place. Because of this place may have represented something different at the time. Because remember, when you think of the cosmological forces, the alliances, and this was according to the Blizzard developers themselves in an interview, the alliances between the Figure Calls, how you doing? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. The alliances between the different cosmological forces shift and change constantly. So just because right now the Titans may be aligned with the light, or maybe they're aligned with death, doesn't mean that they were always aligned with the light or always aligned with death. It is possible that when the Titans arrived on Azeroth way back in the day, there was a war between the Titans and, say, for example, the light. And the Titans didn't like the fact that the light was on Azeroth, and so they destroyed them, sunk their city to the depths of the ocean, at least what they thought was the depths of the ocean. And the city arrived in this area now, right? So that could be a thing. Manabans, how you doing? It could also be that this crystal is actually, in fact, not of the light, but of the void. And that would be a whole different discussion that would need to be had. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what this is. It could also be that this crystal was once lodged deeper into the earth, and the city was built on top of the crystal because the crystal was a source of power. So now we can think back to things like the Nexus, for example, that was built on top of the ley lines, where all of the ley lines connected to Azeroth. We could think of the Sunwell, that is also built on top of incredible power structures. So this city could have been built on top of this light source from the crystal, and once it sunk to the depths of the ocean, or what the Titans thought was the depths of the ocean, this crystal became unlodged or dislodged from its position, and now it's sticking out of the roof. Just sort of initial thoughts. We'll see how that changes as we go through the zone, obviously. Don't spoil it. Don't tell me I'm right or wrong. You can say if I'm close or far away if you already have done this and you already know, right? That's perfectly fine. But don't spoil it, because this is just me thinking out loud. This is how I would normally approach this if I'm playing on my own and I'm not streaming. I would stop and I would think through what I think the game is trying to tell me before I even start it. Because I like being surprised, right? I like going through it and going, oh, that was nothing at all what I thought it was going to be. Or sometimes I'm right. Sometimes there are ways in which I'm close. You know, I'm like, oh, that was actually closer than I thought. The crystal is not like the Legion one? I don't think so. I don't think so. If that crystal, let me put it this way. If this crystal is part of a Naru, then this is the biggest Naru I think we've ever seen in the entire history of World of Warcraft. This Naru is fucking immense. The mother of the Naru. Maybe it is the mother of the Naru, right? Don't know. My guess is that the crystal is underneath the Dar Ostan on the Isle of Dawn. Also possible. Mother of the Naru or Maru. Like so. The Norse pantheon are a fuse of Aesir and Vanir. It is theorized Vanir worshipping locals was conquered by Aesir worshipping nomads. Perhaps the Titans got subdued members. Again, very possible. It is actually a butt plug stacked inside Azeroth's ass. We are inside Azeroth. So you're going immediately for the Pornhub version. I mean, I respect that. I respect the hustle. I won't say I'm immediately convinced by that explanation, but definitely could be. Kind of like, you know, the Shadow Noro is one of the previous expansions, was the size of a small moon. Where is that fucking sound coming from? Dude, how is this place this big? You don't feel the sense of how big it is on the ground. Right. So clearly, there's been attacks before. Now, if this is part of a new structure that was built, if that is part of a new structure that's been built, then it means something has attacked them. It does look like a new structure, though, because this one seems firmly on the ground. But only from those two sides. So what is it that they're trying to fend off? What creatures are we going to discover here? Huh.
The Nerubians breached the Aegis Wall, Farron. The darkness forced us back.
Your fear of the dark will kill us all, General. We'll never survive unless...
Quiet, Lamplighter. Outsiders are here. Who are you?
Your fear of the dark. Okay, let's go. I just can't remember which X-Pack that was from. Also, Farron has such a good voice. Dude, Farron looks cool. I don't know why people hate on Farron. Like, look at that. How cool does she look, man? She's got an awesome model.
A lamplighter brings hope.
Friendly outsiders are not common in Hallowfall. Only enemies emerging from the shadow. But you seem comfortable in the light, despite how unusual you may appear. I would welcome you, were we not in the midst of a crisis.
Despite everything,
Many in
we
Hallowfall
rarely find joy.
Many in Hallowfall will call you outsider. I would call you friend. I would also ask for your help, if you are no stranger to combat. Desperate times forge strong friendships. General Steelstrike ordered the army to fall back from the Nerubian onslaught. In doing so, she abandoned a lamplighter and many troops to the darkness. I may not be able to save them on my own, but with your help, I may succeed. If you're willing, ride with me or meet me there.
We carry the flame into the unknown. I'm Farron, lamplighter of Hallowfall. I have a relief cart prepped for the war. Will you join me?
Anduin. I'm an adventurer, exploring Khazalgar with my friend.
The King of Stormwind. The King of Stormwind just casually referring to himself as an adventurer. Like, fuck me, bro. Anduin needs to get over his shit and become comfortable again as the king of Stormwind. Holy crap, man. The entire story about flame and keeping the flame alive is such a Zoroastrian thing. I love it. She was just made like all other woke archetype characters. I don't necessarily agree with that.
That crystal.
Star. We call it a star. Beledar, the Emperor's vision of holy light.
A vision of light. Deep under the ground.
We're the Hallowfall expedition of the Arathi Empire. We followed our Emperor's sacred vision across the sea to fight in Renalash, the final battle between light and dark.
Oh.
As we crossed the sea, we were caught in a storm. The fleet was enveloped in golden radiance. In a flash, our entire armada was transported down here.
You've been down here fighting the Nerubians ever since?
I was just a child. The only child when we were marooned. The Nerubians have never ceased their hostility. They crawl up from their kingdom seeking a fight and try to drag us down into the darkness. Steelstrike's army does well beneath Beledar's light. Those bugs are good at extinguishing hope. We Lamplighters have trained to charge into the darkness. We save those who are lost and keep the Dawn Towers lit.
These are Dawn Towers. She mentioned something about their Emperor had a vision.
We're here. Great Chiron! You're alive!
Farron, your courage acquits you well, young Lamplighter.
So, they mentioned something. Of course, it's fine. You can do so. Domago? She mentioned something about their Emperor having a vision of a battle that they were gonna have. What was the word she used there? As we crossed the sea, we were caught. Okay, we followed our Emperor's sacred vision across the sea to fight in Renalash, the final battle between light and dark. Renalash gives us maybe a clue to the culture of the people of the Arathi Empire. So they have their own fables, their own stories, their own prophecies of the future. In other words, Renalash is either an actual place that we don't know about, considering from where they would have come and where they would have gone. We may consider this to be them wanting to go to Eastern Kingdoms, maybe? Or it could have been earlier than that, because she was only a child when they arrived. And I would judge her now probably in her 20s, maybe? So this was a while ago. When would this wouldn't link with any of the stories that we have on Azeroth in our history, would it? It may have been the Hour of Twilight. So you think their Emperor had a vision of Cataclysm? Oh, Enigmatic Danny. I'm perfectly happy with it being what's it called? The name of their final battle, because the Vikings, for example, the Norse mythology had names for the final battle that was going to take place between Thor and the Frost Giants, for example, of Thor and the World Serpent. Almost every old culture has their names for final moments, right? Now in their one, Renalash is their name for the final battle between light and dark. But obviously, yeah, and I know it's Ragnarok, guys, but we're not talking about Norse mythology here. We're talking about this. I'm just suggesting. I'm aware that they have these names for their final battles. The question is, was it a place or was it not, right? We don't really know, at least not yet. I don't know yet. Maybe they do explain it a little bit later. We'll have to wait and see. It's just interesting that they have this developing culture within themselves, right? But then again, they've been gone from Azeroth for a long time. A very long time. Domago, wait. Their emperor didn't send them to Hallowfall. I'm aware, Domago, I'm well aware of the fact that she's referring to their new empire. Remember, I made videos on this before the game even went live. I know where they're from. They're from an unknown human kingdom. I'm aware of all of that. I'm not talking about the Arathi Empire that used to be in the Arathi Highlands. That one is, as far as I'm concerned, part of the history books now. It doesn't really matter. I'm specifically talking about their emperor and the vision that he had. From the sound of things, so if we go and we listen to what she says here, right? So she says, we followed, let me just go back. We followed our emperor's sacred vision across the sea to fight in Ranalash, the final battle between light and dark. That could either be a place or a name. I like the fact that it's a name more than a place, but never mind that. As we crossed the sea, we were caught in a storm. The fleet was enveloped in golden radiance. In a flash, our entire armada was transported down here. The way she's describing it, Rescue, how you doing? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. The way they're describing this, Christopher, how you doing, fam? This is by accident. They didn't arrive in Hallowfall because they were sent to Hallowfall. They arrived in Hallowfall by accident. There was a storm that they were caught in. Now, if we started to extrapolate this, we need to understand she's giving us a brief overview of how they arrived in Hallowfall. We don't know how long they were caught in the storm before the flash of light happened. But let's say, for example, they were caught in the storm for a while. The storm would probably have thrown them off of their path, so they may have drifted into a different part of the ocean, and that's when they got caught in the flash, and that's when they arrived in Hallowfall, not knowing how the hell they even got here. Or it could be the storm started and boom, flash, bam, down below. It's like, but the way she describes it doesn't sound as if they were sent here. They were actually sent somewhere else. And that's why I'm asking, could it be that the reference is their emperor had a vision around the time of Cataclysm, right? So let's say, for example, the Arathi Empire, wherever it is, we don't really know. It might be Avaloran, it might be somewhere else. Their emperor is having this vision of a giant dragon wanting to bring about the hour of twilight. And this is the final battle between the light and the void. If we win here, we beat the void and the world is saved, light saves the day. So their emperor forms this armada, sends them out into whatever, right, to go fight this, and they sink to Hallowfall, or they get teleported to Hallowfall, and now they're here, which clearly means that the vision of the emperor wasn't about Cataclysm, it was about something else, even though he thought that it was about that. They were sent here for a different reason. But all of this depends on how old is she now? And how old was she when she was sent? Because she says she was a child. She was only a child. What does that mean? Was she 15? Was she 16? Was she 17? Was she 9? Was she 3? What does it mean when you say you were a child? Because that's going to depend. That's going to change what event her emperor would have seen, and if we even know of this event. Because that's what I'm trying to figure out. Do we know of the event that her emperor is referring to? She's also maybe half-elf, so no idea how old she is now. Yeah, obviously, Mystique. That's a different discussion, right? Because she is half-elf. Half-elves live longer than humans, although not as long as elves, I believe. So her story of being just a child could genuinely have been hundreds of years ago. And they've been here for hundreds of years. I don't know. You guys that have played this already probably have much better. Maybe they do tell how long they've actually been here. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just spitballing here. Okay, so we'll see at the end, near the end. This is why I hate visions and prophecies. They leave too much room for misinterpretation. But this is why you should love them. In a video game specifically, you should love visions and prophecies because they leave so much room for interpretation, not misinterpretation, interpretation. They leave room for speculation, and that is always fun. I think I remember them saying it was 30 years ago. That's what let us speculate. Yeah, imagine if they said, oh, we saw a vision of Deathwing, a dragon that tried to destroy the whole world and we were coming to help, but then we were arrived here in Hallowfall and now we're here to fight the Nerubians. That was the vision of our emperor. Well, there's nothing to speculate on there. What the hell, right? But since it's vague, it gives us sort of like a, oh, wait, what exactly happened here? Poman, how you doing? You give us all the answers. It want to be fun. True. You think Death as a Force will make a comeback sometime soon? No, I don't. Not soon. Eventually, but not soon. I was curious, so I found Asmon's reaction on yesterday's stream. It was pretty good. Interesting conversation. Oh, CCS. Okay. No speculation. That's just outright wrong. It was 100 years old. Elven mature, same way as humans. They just don't grow old after they mature. We have Arathor and a few other things to prove it. Domago, wait. I just want to ask you a very simple question. Why are you getting animated on a point I made that has no real bearing on the overall theory? I would ask you to calm down immediately. Like, just calm the fuck down.
We're here.
I love that you're passionate about this and it's perfectly fine, but I'm not going to get into an argument and a fight with you over irrelevant points. Please just calm yourself. Like, you don't have to get animated. You don't have to get angry. I wasn't angry at you. I wasn't dismissing anything you said. There's no reason for this. Speculations is what create the division between people, so speculations are not good. I don't believe that. There's a spell called Echo of Ranalesh that Void Mobs cast. Wouldn't it suggest that Ranalesh already happened some time ago, therefore it's an echo? Well, the Void sees all truths. So even if something happened in the future, the Void would still see it as if it already happened, because the Void believes that the future already happened. They're just sort of playing towards it, right? So I think Ranalesh and what Velen saw as the final battle are one and the same, just seen from different perspectives, or of whatever it can, whatever it is that occurs. Danny, I can get behind that. In Khazalgar, there was an elf that lied about being 200 years old, but instead she's like 20. She's supposedly too young by elf standards. I mean, it is what it is, right? Void sees things, could happen, but not sure what will happen. Well, that's not really what they say. They say they see 1,000 truths and they believe every single one of the truths, right? Dark Mephisto, we're going to fly towards Balador in a second. Give me a moment. Let's just at least do the intro quest line, and then we'll fly towards Balador, all right? Don't worry, we are going to fly to our dooms. I promise. We'll record that.
The sacred flame illuminates
Outsider.
our path.
The Nerubians took us by surprise. The army went into retreat when the wall was breached. I've been keeping them away from this tower, but I could certainly use your help. Dude, he has phenomenal armor. That is cool as shit. Wow.
We help those lost to the darkness.
Who are you, Karen? I served the Empire for many years before coming to Hallowfall as a warden in our military. When we first arrived in Hallowfall, I volunteered to lead a group in scouting the land. We found what areas were defensible, what was overrun by Nerubians and the Cobus, and laid a foundation for the defense of Mereldor. I found my calling late in life, bound to a star of prophecy, in an unlikely land beneath the ground. And I would see all those that walk in the light of the sacred flame survive another day. It's not easy to face darkness you know is dangerous. That's even more true in a cave, Aklon. We Lamplighters are the ones who brave the darkness to make sure Arathi Dawn Towers are lit and our people are safe. We frequently have strong disagreements with the military, but we're free to do what we believe we must. We're few in number, to be sure, and our willingness to face the darkness in spite of our fears is seen as unusual. But when a Lamplighter arrives, the Arathi hopes grow brighter.
Your flame brings hope.
It's good to have new allies here. Together, we have much better chance of protecting this tower. The Nerubians have overwhelmed us. If we're going to have any chance against them, we need to destroy the burrows they're using to come under the wall. If you can handle that, we will survey the field from the top of the wall and meet you there.
We venture into shadow.
We cannot hide from evil.
It's hard to see the destruction here, knowing how well the wall has served us for so long. Hard to think about the soldiers who died defending it, and those that will die because we don't have this defensive advantage. Why don't you leave this place, Farron? Hallowfall is a holy place, Aklon. Here we guard the Emperor's vision, Baladon. It is our faith in the sacred flame which prevents it from shifting forever into shadow. It sounds like something they just believe. I don't buy that. Do you? Oh, an enemy. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help.
Let me just quickly shift something over here. Or more open version of Alliance SI7. I don't know about that. The SI7 is specifically spies, right? Whereas these guys aren't spies. They're literally the guys, sort of like the tip of the spear, kind of thing. They keep these towers alight.
We owe our service to those in need.
One Dawn Tower has fallen, but a faint glimmer of hope remains with a smaller key flame atop the wall. The shattered remnants needed to sustain that light were taken by the Nerubians. Gather the remnants from the Nerubians you slay and help ignite a beacon of hope.
A beacon? The Dawn Tower won't be enough to hold them back. The Nerubians have gotten braver.
We must ignite the key flame on the wall. Its sacred flame will keep the Nerubians at bay.
Listen, I can certainly try. I can try. So the Nerubians don't like the light. Interesting. I guess it kind of makes sense. Even if they're not servants of the void, or weren't always servants of the void, they like being below ground. The music is phenomenal, but the music this entire expansion thus far has just been out of this world. Want louder music. I'll do that for you in a second. I just don't want the music to be overwhelming because, yeah, if I can't hear myself speak, that becomes a serious source of a headache. But I can turn it up a little bit. Dude. There's an entire world down there, man. Brittle J, how you doing? By the way, just another quick shout out to all of the people watching on YouTube. If you want a $1,400 mount, and it's not me that's giving you the $1,400 mount, but Blizzard is giving away the $1,400 mount. You can watch over on Twitch. The link is in the pinned message up on chat. After 4 hours, you will get the mount, or gifting 2 subs will get you a pet. Or just enjoy, you know, whichever way you want. Did this go down? It was gone for a long time? I don't know. No. The Discord is still up. Be so mad if I was a TCG collector. I don't know if I care very much about that. I feel like although I guess on principle I can see why this would be a massive problem for people. Because you did buy those TCG cards for the mounts, knowing that they were one of a kind. So yeah, I guess I can see that. Oh, having links to other platforms in the video descriptions? Who, YouTube? From one of your previous streams, like, oh, America's dead. I'm happy to hear that, man. Interesting. I've never been banned by YouTube for having links to other things. Original Mage Tower rewards will ever be obtainable again? Well, if Blizzard is making TCG mounts obtainable, then yeah, probably. Plus, I'm still holding out hope that one day the Mage Tower will be brought back. And even better than before. I know now why I hate fighting spiders in this fucking game. That slow is annoying, bro. That slow is annoying. Legion Remix is gonna be insane. Come on. I want bot challenge weapons personally. I don't get Blizzard. They're willing to bring back stuff people paid for, but not Mage Tower appearances. That are still difficult content. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. I don't know why Torghast or Mage Tower was removed from the game, because it feels like free content. You know, you've already developed the content, you may as well go neck deep and just keep going with it, you know? By that man in particular, though, why couldn't they make a new one for the event, I wonder? Do you want the PR answer of me being as nice to Blizzard as is humanly possible, or do you want the real answer? Buns. Both. So the PR answer is this is Blizzard looking out for people that didn't play the game during the days of the TCG cards, and they really want to remove the scalping that goes on to this day on places like eBay of property that actually belongs to them. And that's why they decided to make this mount a Twitch drop. The real answer is it's the base mount that you could give players that you literally don't have to do any work for. So you're getting a brilliant Twitch drop, which is marketing for the game, because it is, right? You're getting more viewers watching the stream than you would have gotten if you didn't do the Twitch drop thing. And you don't have to do any work, right? The mount already exists. One big magic check-in. Okay, your window thingy is being a flashlight again? What window thingy? Oh. Hold up. Alright. Is that better? John's doing any delves yet? I haven't bought the expansion yet, but was curious what people think about them. I love the delves. I love them. They're really fun. And I can already see how cool they will get. So yeah, I'm definitely a huge fan of the delve system. I like them. Some require brain. They're fun. You know, they're really a fun experiment. I'm looking forward to seeing what else Blizzard is going to add. Like, what else are we going to get from that? Like, is this the final rendition of delves? Is this all the delves we're going to get and we're just going to get difficulty upscaling in the next patches? Or is Blizzard going to add even more delves? Right? Will new zones that is added this expansion bring even more delves alongside it? Player homesteads next, please. Dude, did you guys see there was dialogue yesterday with Gundergas talking about how there's not enough homes and they're gonna have there's a lot of open homes in Gundergas and the kobolds can now finally move in there and fill up those homes. And I was just looking at it going like, Blizzard, what are you doing, man? How long have we been waiting for homes? The players have no home. Why are you giving the kobolds homes before you give the players homes? Like, what's going on?
We are a light in the darkness. In my heart, there is fire.
An empowered keyflame will be a great help.
Be strong, my friend.
With the light of the flame, I see hope that we will drive the Nerubians back.
Don't give in to fear.
Fear not the darkness. Follow the flame.
Excellent, Aklon. If we don't have to worry about the Nerubians stabbing us in the back, we can deal with those pouring through below.
We keep the dawn towers lit. We must confront
Aklon, if we don't stem the tide of Nerubians climbing up to us, nothing else will matter. Their numbers are just too great. We need to delay their onslaught to buy the people of Hallowfall time to prepare. The wall still serves as a very effective choke point. Do what you can to thin their numbers.
Search the shadows. Lead them home.
I will see you through the shadows.
Good people died here today, Aklon. A lot of them. Every Arathi soldier carries a tinderbox. It represents their devotion to the sacred flame. Many use it as a focus to bring forth the flame's light. In the dark places beyond the light of Beledar, the sacred flame brings hope. With the Nerubian attack, we can't recover their bodies, so we must retrieve these symbols to venerate their sacrifice, then use this torch to burn their bodies. It's the best funeral we can offer.
Beacon, we Arathi are consecrated in the sacred flame. Do not leave my people on the field.
The Grey, it's called Dialogue UI. So are we just now giving people the wrong name for this? Is that the new... Is that the new game? When people ask what is the actual add-on, chat's just gonna say every random fucking thing in the book. Oh, it's Quest Helper. Started using it, and over the course of a couple of hours he was asked 12 times. The next day he turned it off, and then everyone was coming in going, hey, what happened to that quest add-on? Wait, who are we talking about here? Oh, Pyro. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't mind people asking me. Funny shit, it was a lot of people. Yeah, I've probably been asked 30 or 40 times now, what is the add-on? I'm always happy to answer because it takes like 4 seconds to give an answer there. Plus, I like sharing cool add-ons with people. Really, but listen, you're welcome to ask. There are very few things that you could do that would annoy me. To be fair, people were annoying as fuck and started memeing, so it was not funny anymore. But that's always gonna happen. Ashka hate whisper. Wait, what? What does this do? You move quickly in the cold darkness that covers you. Increase haste 50% and damage taken by 50%. Is this a raid entrance? What entrance is that? What does this do? Dungeon entrance. Woo! There's some hardcore enemies here. In town, above ground, when completing the campaign. Alright, so I shouldn't be going in here yet. Wait, where the hell am I now? Hello? Hello? Where am I? Yeah, I'm dead. Dude! What just happened? What just happened? I got my shit kicked in. Yeah, my demon died so quickly. They blasted you that way. Truth. Welcome back, Lakesal. Dude, but how do I... Wait, what? Wait, where's my corpse? Hello? It says my corpse is up here, but my corpse isn't up there. My corpse is down here. Oh, bro, like what? Oh. Okay, very dangerous place. Let's not go there again, boys. Let's not go there again. I got my shit stomped in. So bad. Space and time got shifted. Dude, I don't know how that even happened, but that was... There was nothing I could do. Like, not even high-level play could save me there. So it lost most of the time in the underground areas. Really not a fan of underground stuff. I'm liking it. Only thing I really miss from BFA is Blonde Someday. Hope we all get something more of that guy. We will probably. We will most likely. But I'm liking the underground zones. It's a different feel. It really gives you a different, I don't know, version of WoW than what we're used to. Bob Salami is not gone. We will meet him one day. Maybe enemies drag your corpse away to sacrifice you to the gods. Well, is the god Xalatath? Because then that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Play without flying mounts? Is it possible to play without flying mounts? Yes. Will the player base have a collective fucking hissy fit? Yes. Will Blizzard ever remove flying mounts? No. Because of the player's hissy fit, if that were to happen. Also, I think fundamentally with dynamic flying being a thing now, flying has been fixed from what the problems of flying used to be. Scalarius, how you doing? The problem with flying, old flying, was that it was literally just a remover of content. As soon as you got on your mount, all of the content that was designed for the game, the world and everything in it, was removed, and you could just skip all of that. With literally zero interaction from you, except for the fact that you mounted up and pressed spacebar. Dynamic flying fixes that problem, because now you are actively involved in the skipping of the content. But that is gameplay, and that is fine. So I think there's less of a reason now to remove flying than what there's been in the past. I like flying, but I hate the feeling of just moving from A to B for quests within seconds. Listen, I get that. I get that. Old flying is still useful though. I'm not suggesting that they should remove old flying. I just want to point that out. I'm not saying they should remove old flying. I'm just saying old flying had its problems. There were severe problems with old flying. Michael, I think so.
In service to others.
This is a good start. There are still many more Nerubians coming from below, but we must turn our attention to those already inside Hallowfall.
We keep the Dawn Towers lit.
When shadow falls,
have you recovered their tinderboxes? Every life deserves to be remembered in the sacred flame.
Be strong.
Thank you, Aklon. You've helped to honor their sacrifice as well as we can. It's critical, with so many Nerubians pouring through the Aegis Wall, that we defend our airships docked at Tenor's Ascent. The Nerubians have always outnumbered us, but our fleet...
Come. Their killers still live.
Wait, they were talking to... I hate when they do this. These were true Arathi, holding on to hope in the very heart of shadow. They seek the light of the sacred flame now. Come, their killers still live. It's critical, with so many Nerubians pouring through the Aegis Wall, that we defend our airships docked at Tanir's Ascent. The Nerubians have always outnumbered us, but our fleet allows us to concentrate our defenders where they are attacking, as well as allowing us to bombard them from the safety of the skies. If we lose our armada, our hopes fade dramatically. Meet us there when you can.
If you are lost...
Look, those Nerubians are fleeing.
Not fleeing. Advancing. They mean to destroy our air dogs.
Okay. What was Akko's story mod name? Dialogue UI. As the druid's role, when I started years ago, I didn't know how that would pan out. My original druid is a tailor enchanter. Well, just change professions. Here we go. Dude, these are massive ships. Like, holy crap. Their ships put the flying ships of Azeroth to shame. Look at this crap, man. Like, look at the... They are gigantic. I'm glad you're with us, Aklon. Without our airships, we have little chance of holding back the Nerubians in the long run. To say nothing about dock workers who are safe below deck. Let's see to the defense.
In my heart,
Aklon, if we're going to hold the Nerubians back, we have to deal with their siege weapons. Around Tenor's Ascent, there are kegs of black powder to supply our ships for combat. Since the Nerubians have caught these ships on the ground, let's put that powder to work. Gather some barrels and take them down to the Nerubian siege weapons.
don't give in to fear.
Not all who wander the darkness are lost.
We've fought the Nerubians since we arrived, Aklon. Their attacks have not risen to this level in a long time. These airship docks are clearly a target. Do they have any others? Is there a larger goal? The Nerubians carry shadecasters with orders from their queen. We need to learn what we can of their plans and intentions. And recovering a few of those shadecasters is the best way we can do so.
Chiron, the Dawn Tower isn't lit. If Beledar should shift...
You're right. Your new friends can protect the people. We must ignite the sacred flame.
Man, the dialogue gives you so much insight into their culture. They are a deeply religious culture. This is super cool. Even though they serve the light, which is obviously its own problem. Because I don't trust the light at all. But hey, we'll make do. Imperials, and they are the enemy. Oh yeah, of course. Don't for a second think I don't know that, sir. I am well aware of their enemy status. I mean, in Warhammer 40k, the Emperor, all praise the Emperor. But in this game, no.
Ashkahet will rise. Prove your worth. Earn your ascension.
Prove your worth, earn your ascension. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Oh, barrels. I know it's not like a journey to the center of the earth, but I like the world within, a world theme of this expansion. Dude, you know what this really, like, makes me wonder about? Just how big is Azeroth really?
The tendrils of shadow are sinking into this land. Utilize their field to strike them down.
Dajanor, how you doing, brother? As a paladin main, really want the light to be the good guys. I look to games to be my escape. And though I find your theories intriguing, it really digs at me when you theorize about the light being evil. Talus, well, you're gonna have to get over that, because it's not that I think the light is evil. I think you misunderstand the light and the void. It's there. My theory has never been that the light is evil. It's that there are no good guys. And there's a big distinction there, right? The light has what it wants to do, and it is its own plans within its own plans. And you and I don't really factor into those plans as far as the light is concerned. Good can often do sketchy shit in the name of morality. I think chaotic good is probably the best way to put it. But I would say I would put almost every force in the universe into a... This isn't quite D&D lore accurate, but allow me to explain. Chaotic neutral.
The threads have been stopped. They will get their fated final war.
Chaotic neutral insofar as they're willing to go to any and all extents to reach what they consider to be the good outcome. The problem, of course, is that when we ask ourselves, well, what is the good outcome? What does that mean? That's going to be different for every single race on Azeroth, right? Everyone's going to have their own version of what is or isn't a good outcome. And that's where I think the confusion comes in from people. So for the light, the great outcome is everyone serving the light, all of the other cosmological forces being brought to heel against the light, and the cathedrals of light ringing out across the entirety of the galaxy. That is what the light considers to be the best outcome possible. Now, if you are a paladin, you might actually agree with that. And you might say, well, that is actually a good outcome. I see nothing wrong with this outcome. But let's say you're a warlock like myself. For me, that is a pretty bad outcome, because I don't serve the light, right? What if you're a void priest, for example, or a shadow priest? That's not a good outcome. What if you're Illyria or any of the void elves? That is obviously not a good outcome. If you are part of the foul or part of the void or part of order or part of death or part of life, this isn't a good outcome for you. But for the light, this is a very good outcome. From the side of the foul, it could be that the twisting nether needs to expand and encompass all of the great beyond. For the twisting nether, this is a good outcome, but for everyone else, this isn't. So when I say chaotic neutral, it genuinely is that. They're willing to do anything and everything necessary in order to bring about what they consider to be the best outcome for them, because all other outcomes would be considered a defeat.
I will help if I can.
It's amazing to see what the Arathi have been able to achieve in Hallowfall in their years here with no help from the outside. They'll make strong allies, and if we can protect the Dawnbreaker, I'm sure they'll be able to push back the Nerubians.
Who's calling for help?
Final War? Ascension? Not as many answers as questions, Akbar. But we at least have some pieces of the puzzle.
I hear a radiant song.
I will do anything for money.
Oh, Digi, thanks for the bets, man. Really appreciate ya. If you are Holy Spec Void Elf Priest, then you are a very confused person. Yeah, that's true. You have definitely not decided what your allegiance is yet. Did you say defeat? No, you can calm down. We're not talking about Xalatath right now. Mystic Dons, how you doing? Are you confused? It's fair enough. If you're Chris Mason's book of Blood and Honor highlights how the light and the paladins idea of what is good is questionable. Give it a read when you can. Blood and Honor. Have I read that before? I'll have to brush up on it. Can take me anytime. Xalatath, first evil, I'm willing to lose to. Dude, I wonder if that will maybe influence Blizzard's decision making around Xalatath. That maybe Blizzard truly decided they want to kill off Xalatath, but because the player base absolutely loves Xalatath, maybe Blizzard decides, okay, never mind. We have to do something else with Xalatath here. But still dislike Zealots.
Am I needed?
I mean, it is important to note, you can be a paladin and not be part of the army of the light. Now this might sound confusing to you, but it's very easy actually. As a paladin, you are a servant of the light. You are a servant of good as is prescribed by your own kingdom that you serve. So for example, a human paladin from Stormwind is going to have a very different idea of what is good compared to a paladin in the army of the light. And it is entirely possible that a paladin of Stormwind might look at the army of the light and view the army of the light as a bunch of zealots and refuse to go along with what the army of the light tries to do. We've seen this in stories before, right? Where, let's take Harry Potter as an example. The bad guys and the good guys are all wizards. So you could say, well, if you're a wizard, you're a bad wizard, and therefore all wizards must be bad wizards. And it's like, well, no. Just because you are using certain types of magic doesn't automatically mean that you have to be aligned with the zealots that follow no-nos, right? Voldemort. So fundamentally, it's still going to come down to what is your conviction and how does that conviction play out. A great example of this would be if indeed all paladins of the light must serve the light in every single regard, why aren't all paladins of the light part of the Scarlet Crusade? Because the Scarlet Crusade, at least today, are fundamentally light zealots. There was a brief period in their history where they were controlled by, an Athrazim. That was a different story. But, right? So it is possible to be a paladin and not follow the frantic, lunatic notions of those who follow the light to absolute zealotry. I think it's a plain religious denomination. It's possible, man of buns. As paladin, you are a priest with a big weapon, so paladins are light users, but problem is, when everyone wants to use light his own way, I would say that is a little bit of a simplification of what a paladin is. A paladin really isn't just a priest with a weapon. Priests utilize the light in aid of others. Paladins utilize the light in service of others. So that's a fundamental distinction. There's a reason why the priest, both priest specs that deal with the light are healers. They're not damage dealers. Now they have damaging abilities because obviously gameplay, but they're not damage dealers in and of themselves. They deal only in holy, in healing, in helping. Paladins, on the other hand, are more warriors. They're people who view the light as a tool to mete out justice, as they see it, depending on where they're from. How do players Shadow Priest fit in the lore of the War Within a Midnight? As a Shadow Priest main fighting the Void, being accepted by light users like the Arathi, it feels a little out of place at times. Joe, so I would say this is where Blizzard might have to do some explanations, because you are correct. Shadow Priests specifically, I don't know how the Arathi would ever accept them into their merry band of brothers, because you would literally be everything that the Arathi despise, no? All tool to help or harm, even in real life. It just depends on how you use it. First paladins were priests who were taught to fight. Yeah, but there's... Just because the origin of the paladin is a priest that learned to fight, doesn't mean the new paladins are the same. Right? Arthas, for example, didn't want to become a priest. He wanted to become very specifically a paladin for very specific reasons. But yeah, we're arguing very much semantics here, AJ. The Arathi will accept them because they need us. They are in dire situation. They also accept Illyria. You know what? Speaking of Shadow Priests, I like Valoran and Khadgar, and that's one more thing Shadow Priests had to ruin for us. Thanks, guys. I mean, the one in Hallowfall. Arthas wanted to be a DPS main. Back to work for me. Have a ball. Thank you, Saven. Really appreciate ya. They can explain. Dude, this new Blizzard seems to be explaining a lot of things that I didn't think they would explain.
Who is calling for help?
With those siege weapons destroyed, we're in much better shape. Farron went ahead to light the Dawn Tower with Great Chiron. She asked that we meet her there.
Will I be forgiven?
Akalon, the Nerubians all seem to be taking orders from that siege lord south of here. If we can defeat her, that may turn the tide of this attack. Without a leader organizing the attack, the Arathi may be able to drive back the Nerubians, especially if Farron is able to light this Dawn Tower she spoke of. But the longer we delay, the greater damage to the Arathi airships. Go quickly.
We have lost so many.
Oh, it's always nice that I'm the one having to deal with this.
Good to see you, champion. I've been tracking this one since it crawled up out of its hole.
Oh, shit. Look at Illyria just showing up. What's good, Illyria? What's good? We're gonna be fighting? We shall break the Arathi here.
Arathi and see my son. I will slaughter every Nerubian in my path to keep them from harm.
Did she say anything else? So she said, we shall break the Arathi here, and then she says, destroy everything. Okay, so no other voice lines.
What can I do?
With the Nerubian leader defeated, we should be able to leave the defenses to the Arathi. You've saved many lives today, Akalon.
I thought we agreed.
Akalon, Farron went to light the Dawn Tower. She said it keeps...
stories of the Arathi. As king. I mean, I was curious.
Come on, Anduin. You are king. Stand up for yourself, fam.
I will help.
if I can.
Farron went to light the Dawn Tower. She said it keeps the light of the sacred flame shining upon Hallowfall. Chiron is there as well. It's hard to imagine that any beacon could outshine their star Belladar, but I am eager to see this new expression of the light. Meet me by the Dawn Tower, and we can see how the sacred flame of the Arathi helps to safeguard these long-lost cousins of mine.
Will I be forgiven? I will always try.
Ozalatath, please dismount next to NPCs? Why?
We have lost so many.
Here we go. Whoa.
What is happening?
It's Belladar, our star. It shifts between the light and this. The Dawn Towers hold back the darkness with the sacred flame, but the light always returns.
The stars are devoured, and they light a candle.
Wow.
You know how this ends, Illyria. Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Show yourself, monster!
You know where to find me. Deeper in the darkness.
That's so cool, though. Bro, that is so cool.
I will scout ahead.
Be careful, Illyria.
Farron, watch the outsiders.
Oh, damn.
It's dangerous to travel alone.
Oh, shit. Dark Angel, 32 months, part of the Regeneration. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. I have ad blocker, but disabled it to help fund Aklon. Fair to warn, you do not need to do that. The only reason there's ads is because Twitch plays ads. I don't touch it. I have no way of fucking activating them. They just activate whenever Twitch decides to do it. So yeah. You don't need to do that on my behalf. If you need to run your ad blocker because it increases your enjoyment of the stream, please do so. Erkos, we don't know if she's gonna go evil. What are you talking about? Like, she could be our friendly neighborhood Void Weaver.
A lamplighter brings hope.
Just in time, Aklon. Belladar has fallen dark for a time. But now we have our own light to hold back the darkness.
Hey!
Treka, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Despite everything,
Darkness has fallen.
find joy.
We can't rest yet. Farron gives you a wary smile, but there is a light in her eyes. The light from the tower will hold the worst dangers in the darkness at bay. It's my duty as a lamplighter to keep all the towers blazing. My patrol takes me to Laurel's Crossing by air next. I would welcome you and Anduin at my side for all our sakes. Why not? Let's do this. Glitter Pony, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you.
Sometimes only moments, sometimes days. We lost so many the first time it turned. We will travel by air. Monsters arise in the darkness.
I wonder So from the lore, we kind of know that this happened ever since Sargeras stuck his sword in the planet. But why? What is the significance of this? This bothers me so much. Pull the trigger. I like Farron. She's badass. The opening ads will at least give you a few cents. Fairdoon, I really appreciate the support. And to everyone that is subbing and giving and all the rest of it, I really appreciate all of you. It makes this possible. You know, it keeps me live. It keeps me on air. Keeps me doing what I do. But as long as you enjoy what I do, that is perfect. And I love that. So thank you for that. You get to study the lore for your job. I'm jealous. Yeah. Listen, that's literally all I do. Study the lore for World of Warcraft. When Naru are damaged, they turn void. Yes, but the question is, why has this one only just started turning void? And also, there's a little bit more to that. It's not just physical damage that turns Naru to void. There's a little bit more involved in that, but, you know, that's its own story. What if what is in Sargeras' sword interacted with a crystal seeped into it? Right now, that is my initial theory, is that there's something inside Sargeras' sword that either seeped into the crystal or pulled something out of the crystal, depending on, right? I don't know. It's interesting that it's been happening since Sargeras' sword got stuck into the planet.
To live under constant threat of shadow. How do you do it?
When night falls, the army enacts the shadow curfew. Get inside, get to safety. Incoming! Use the lances on those enemies.
Oh wait, this is like actual void creatures. Not just Nerubians, but actual void creatures.
Good work. You'd fit in well with us lamplighters. As our numbers dwindle, some find their faith shaken. They turn to the whispers in the darkness. Look out! Here come more of those fiends! A behemoth! Quickly, take it down!
Whoa.
Thank goodness.
Oh, that's the... Okay. I see what you're doing there.
We must hold to our faith in the sacred flame. Ourselves. And in each other if we are to succeed.
Forsberg, how you doing, bro?
Always be prepared.
Did the sword hit something that caused this, maybe? Looking at the cutscene, the sword was huge. Hold up.
The army went ahead, but...
Say no more. Our new allies and I will go to their aid. Seek shelter immediately.
All right. I think the sword was huge and went way down into Azeroth. It's possible that it may be... Oh, dude, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you. It's possible that it nicked something or freed something that causes this new... this new cycle of the crystal, or that it just infused something. We really don't know currently what it could be. Archives we talked earlier about. Again, very, very possible. The portion of her prison, it is failing, and that's why she is starting to speak to us. Also, very possible that this is part of Azeroth's prison, and the sword of Sargeras weakened the prison, but that wouldn't quite... The other thing it could be, just throwing that out there, it could be the crystal had wards and bindings around it. And Sargeras' sword weakened the wards and the bindings. And now the Void has the ability to try and take charge of the crystal.
Halt, Farron. We secure the village, then rescue the captives. They'll be dead by then.
If we are to put a bunch of different strands together, Xalatath says, the soul of this world so long denied me will be mine. Go-Kart, how you doing? We have the crystal that was always just light and has now started to shift between light and dark. We have the events that happened with the Earthen in the Awakening Machine, where Azeroth is freeing them from the Titans. So let's start constructing a bit of a theory here. The Titans, with the help of the light, construct a prison for Azeroth. Azeroth gets imprisoned within this giant crystal prison. The wards around the prison makes it so that the Void cannot corrupt her, because this is an interesting question. If the old gods were spending all of these thousands of years connected to Azeroth, incapable of being killed, because when they tried it, they almost killed Azeroth. And then you have even the old gods inside their prisons were not corrupting the planet. They were still corrupting the planet. Then at some point you have to ask yourself, why is Azeroth not corrupted at all? Well, if the Titans knew that this was what the old gods were going to do, they could easily have built this crystal with the wards around it to ensure that the Void, even if the Void corrupted the whole of the planet, they could not get to the soul of Azeroth, because Azeroth's soul is safely inside of this crystal with the wards that binds it. Sargeras' sword weakens the wards because what he wants to do is he wants to free Azeroth. He wants to break the crystal, but he needs the wards to break first, and that's why his sword is just supercharged with foul, because the foul inside of his sword is attacking and destroying the wards. But he is ripped away from the planet before he can complete his task. This finally leaves Azeroth weakened, or at least vulnerable. So now the Void corruption can not only reach the crystal, but also the soul inside of the crystal. This is where we kill N'Zoth, because it also explains why N'Zoth tries to free himself now, because the time is finally right. Now he can corrupt Azeroth once and for all. We stop N'Zoth, we go into the land of death, we stop Zuval, the Incarnates become free. With the Incarnates now being free, Iridikron wants to kill the Titans, because Iridikron obviously knows things that the Titans did on Azeroth that we don't even know about. In order to kill the Titans, Iridikron couldn't care less about the soul of Azeroth. Probably he wasn't even told about this. Xalatath sees a useful ally within Iridikron, and this brings us to the current crystal. The crystal is siphoning between light and void, because as the wards around the crystal is weakening, the void is able to take control. If the void is to take control fully of that crystal, it will then take control of Azeroth's soul itself. So that's taking all of the strands that we currently know about and pulling it into a single theory. Chassis, yes, I'm done with the Ringing Deeps.
We are a light in the darkness.
I don't care if Steelstrike thinks I'm reckless. I don't care if I get hurt. I can't let my people die. We've lost too many already. To Nerubians, to Kybers, to the Shadows themselves. There's hardly any of us left. How long until there are none? Horrible, violent, and stinky creatures. They've plagued us since the moment we arrived in Hallowfall. We've tried to figure out how intelligent they are. Could we parley for peace? But every scholar we've sent to study how to communicate with them has ended up dead. Usually dead and eaten. And worse, They seem to wield some kind of necromancy, as if eating us wasn't enough. Sometimes they chose to dishonor the memory of our allies even further by raising them to fight against us. I have no idea how they choose which of us to eat and which of us to raise. Raise the strongest, eat the plumpest? It churns my stomach to contemplate these things. Well, what? Okay.
In my heart,
The Kobos have already been dragging innocent villagers to the shore. They'll drown them and eat them. We have to save them.
we carry the flame.
So the Kobos are the big Occupy creatures. Janice, 4.5 hours for me and tomorrow whole day, though I maybe go home early to play WoW. And what would your boss say of that, Wyvern? Danny, that's my feeling right now. There's a tug of war going on.
Be strong, my friend.
Kobos lurk in the shallows of murky water and snatch any who come near, faster than a viper. And that's just when they hunt alone. In numbers, they are a swarm to be reckoned with. They've been a plague on our outskirts villages since the day that we arrived. They eat victims alive, given the chance. We must rescue the villagers that have already been dragged to the water.
Despite everything, the Orathi find joy.
General Steelstrike, judging by the glint in your eye, you wish to join Faerun in this madness. To push into the Kobos waters in the darkness, you are a fool with a death wish. Take as many as those damnable fish out as you can, before they drag you into the depths for their dinner.
We are surrounded by dangers.
Soldiers, with me! Help! I'm heat!
What the?
I'm more fighter than healer. Anduin, can you...
The light. But I know first aid.
Oh, come on, Anduin. Dude, get your powers back. Not with the light, but I know first aid. Man's over here fucking healing a hit from a world boss with fucking bandages, bro. Okay, said I know first aid. Yep. Shade Shaper. Wait, they can shift shapes? Okay, this is interesting. This makes it so much more difficult, because they could literally be in the village. A gasping, pathetic-looking fish taken from the corpse of Kobos flops weakly in your hand. Its beady eye twitches, and you suddenly hear a breathless voice in the recesses of your mind. The water. Take me to the water, away from these Kobos wretches, away from the sky. We'll go do that in a second. You can tell which are shapeshifters. Look at the glow light near the victim. Yeah, but I'm not even, like, what I'm more interested in is the fact that they can even do this. Like, this makes it so much more dangerous. But no necromancy too? Yeah. But is no one else sort of finding that very awkward? The fact that they know necromancy? Gaming is very cool. This is an amazing zone, thus far at least. Necromancy is necromancy. How the flesh is animated is relevant. Not really. You need power of the void in order to do it. Not of the void. You need power of the of death. I mean, dude. After Shadowlands, we should be asking not only questions of. Yeah, but hold up, Bandai product. What happened to Kalia is not necromancy, and I refuse to believe anything the Newser says. Kalia was not raised into undeath. She was given a glorified light body. Like, that's literally what happened to her. She was given a body completely enveloped in light. That's not necromancy. No one else does this. Not even the Lich King did this. And he's from death. His necromancy didn't look this way. If that is the explanation as it stands, I reject it entirely, and I think Blizzard should come up with a better one. Because it does not explain what happened to Kalia Menethil. Not even close. Yeah, but Domingo Sylvanas was also raised in, placed back into her own body. And then she sacrificed someone, I can't remember who, in order to preserve the body. Nathanos had his cousin, I think, sacrificed in order to do... But he was also in his own body. They had to do a very, 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 very powerful ritual in order to preserve their bodies. The light manages to do this just naturally. I don't buy it. I will quite happily reject that. No. His body changed a little. At least if you read the lore, after after the sacrifice, his look changed a little. Like he took on some of the features of his cousin that was sacrificed for him. But no, that was still his body. I want to see these covers practice more reanimation. I mean, there's questions about the necromancy and where that power would even come from. I don't like the fact that Steve the Newser. The other reason I don't like it is that would make necromancy in World of Warcraft the weakest necromancy of any fantasy universe. It just, you know what it felt like? It felt like Blizzard didn't really have a good answer, and so Steve the Newser just made up a story. Steve the Newser just went, no. Necromancy can be practiced by literally anyone. Just depends on what power you use. It's like, no, bro. No other fantasy universe have this. In every other fantasy universe, necromancy is a very specific type of magic that is practiced. Now, I don't mind if you want to tie necromancy in World of Warcraft to death, then by all means do so. But don't come at me with this, oh, the light can also practice necromancy. What do you mean? The light can practice necromancy? No, it can't. Dark Knight people. Just happened. Alright. Tauren Paladin or Rogue. Also was brought with technology. So you're mentioning one thing, and also, if we're talking about fantasy, right? I'm not really even thinking about Frankenstein if I talk about fantasy. I hope they retcon the Shadowlands bullshit that necromancy is necromancy and all can use it. I do too. It has to be retconned. You can't have that. Okay, I'll give you another reason why it's fucking stupid. And then we can end this debate because there's no reason to have this debate because it's fucking stupid. What can the light do, chat, if you die? What is a feature that the light has that it can really do when you die? It can resurrect you. So why the fuck does it need to reanimate you? Because that's what necromancy is. If it can literally just resurrect you. Like, what? Talk about the most redundant fucking power in the history of the world. Oh, I have this power to reanimate you. Bro, just raise me. The button's right there on your bar. Just go to page 50 in your fucking handbook of light-wielding magic and resurrect me, please. It's like, dude, why are we even discussing this? That's a stupid reason. No. We need to come up with a better reason for why Kalia is back, and it cannot be that the light practices necromancy. That's nonsense. Derek Proudmore? You can't raise someone who have been dead for a while. True, but that does not mean that the light can automatically reanimate. The point isn't to now start, because what you're doing now is you're saying, wait, Akko. She was dead for a while, bro, and you can't resurrect people that's been dead for a while. Cool. Then call the necromancer. Get a fucker down here from the realms of death and go, hey, resurrect this one. We need this one alive. Well, why can't you guys do it? Well, we're off the light, really. We resurrect more, and we have to do that right as they die. This one's been dead for a while, starting to smell a little. Could you reanimate, please? And the necromancer goes, oh yeah, cool stuff. I'll bring them back from the dead, considering I'm a necromancer, and my power comes from the realm of death. The whole point of necromancer. But never mind that. We'll just go with this new thing of the light goes, never mind. We'll just steal this power from Zuval. Let's do this. Now that is a theory that I can go after. If the light can use necromancy because of some deal it made with an entity in the realms of death, that's a different thing, because then the light isn't the one bringing back anyone from by necromancy. It's using a stolen power. Cool. Let's do that as well. I don't like the theory that necromancy is necromancy. It doesn't matter who practices it. That's nonsense. The bureaucratic restriction form. Yep. Leishade was dead for a long time. True, but let's not start poking holes at established lore. Sometimes established lore in World of Warcraft doesn't matter. Other times it does. It's not ours to question. Because yes, he was dead for a long time and he was resurrected, and it's fine. We go with what the established lore is, that it's very difficult to resurrect someone from the dead in the first place. It's very difficult. It's not as easy as your priest doing it in the raid 5 times in a fight. Let's just put it this way. In lore, combat raise is very, very taxing, very, very difficult, and you can only really do it once, and even then it won't bring everyone back. There's also the truth that not everyone that you want to resurrect in lore will be resurrectable, because it all depends on, especially now after the Shadowlands, have the Kyrians already taken the soul? Well, are the Kyrians willing to release the soul? All that shit needs to happen, right? So from the lore perspective, very powerful priests can resurrect people. Very powerful paladins can resurrect people, but it is kind of a request, not so much a demand. That's the established lore. And then also, if they're dead for too long, then you can't resurrect them anymore. Then you need necromancy, because unlike with resurrection through the light, where you're basically making a bargain almost, right? Where you're asking for the soul back. In necromancy, you're stealing the soul. Like, you're physically violently ripping the soul back. That's why a lot of the new Forsaken that are born tend to be a little bit feral until they sort of realize what the hell's been going on. That's the whole story that you get with the undead. Made a pact with the enemy of all, a quote that was used to say, light made a pact with death, so now they can create Lightforged undead. Alta, that's been my theory, but Steve Denuser shot that theory right through the ball sack when they asked him, hey bro, how did the light raise Kalia Menethil? And Steve Denuser was trying to say, well, they made some deals, and instead he said, dude, necromancy is necromancy. Any magic can do it. And every single necromancer in every other fantasy universe in the world is looking at the news are going like, what are you saying? So, yeah, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. Let's do this. Peculiar fish. The fish gulps down salt water to regain its breath and then turns to look at you with intelligent eyes. I live, thanks to you. The shade of these rocks suit me nicely for the work to be done. Allow me to repay your selfless gesture. When the fish speaks, its lips do not move. You hear its voice in your head. No doubt, you have found that your senses cannot be trusted when dealing with the Cobus. A tremendous power, is it not? It is only fair that you show them the power they wield is not theirs alone. I will show you how to craft a tool to lure and destroy them. You will find their kind carry shards taken from the deep. Bring them to me. So the Cobus isn't the only very scary thing in the deep. To deceive the senses of these Cobus is no one matter. To know what will captivate them is another. They champ and drool at the thought of devouring your kind, but it is the voices of the deep that transfix them and lower their guard. It's then that you will strike. Search their shrines to gain an insight for what these wretches hold sacred. See how they have twisted the bellowing truths that lie below. Oh, this is... Oh. Okay, I'm ready. Sunless shards. There's the Cobus shrines. Okay. They are gone, but their blood remains. The blood remembers. Talking about the old gods, perhaps? Blood for the old gods? Dude, it has to be the old gods, right? They are gone, but the blood remembers. And that fish said to us that they've twisted the truths from the deep. And we believe a random fish. Why not? The fish has given me no reason not to trust it. At least not yet. Babelfish, Aklon, if you hate the deep dark sea, you'll hate the ending of this questline. I don't hate the deep dark sea that much in games that isn't trying to scare the living shit out of me. It's only in hold up. Swim in these dark waters, be changed by them. No light shines in these depths. Dude, I am a huge fan of anything void. Like, wherever the void is, it's just always so mysterious. What is great? Infinite possibilities. Truth. Zeral. You will follow him to the deep places. The dark waters will flow in his wake. Think you may have been talking about that. Mysterious Dust. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Dark blood rains from the false sky. It tastes of wars past and wars to come. Huh. Yeah, I must be talking about the sky above us, no? Hardly called it quick. I've got transmarks from various legacy dungeons and raids, etc. posted. Got about 600 items to post. Well, that's your fault, Abaddon. Tidal charms. Bring the materials. Only then can we continue. Glinting abyssal shards and strands of coral, bound with words of power and worn around the neck. I will show you how to trick the senses of your enemy. You see now what the Cobus revere? It is time to put that dark knowledge to use. It is done. Take this tidal charm, cloak your form in the darkness of the sea, and unmake the Cobus. Their strongest warriors gather and scheme against your kind upon the central island. With the lure, they will not see you for what you are. Use that advantage to become their end. But understand, as the Cobus fail to, this is a power you borrow. It belongs to the sea. Bro. Blasphemous Crow, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you, man. Mr. Ree, cool quest UI. Thank you very much. It's called Dialogue UI. Sea Pog, beware, beware, the aqua of the sea. Bro, this is very cool. Very cool. So we're using this to our advantage now. That is then a Zothfish. Yep. Alright, this makes sense.
I need a target. I don't have a target.
Bait the Cobras, then kill them. Maybe N'Zoth did not truly die in the way most would think he did. Well, they do seem to think that the old gods are dead. Like, that's not really up for discussion, right? Because they do say all of them dead, but the blood remains. So clearly the old gods are not... The old gods are no longer around. Otherwise, I'm assuming they would have said something. Well, it does say the blood remembers, no? So it's possible that the souls of the old gods are still around. There's still a possibility that N'Zoth is hidden safely inside the dagger. So don't discount that just yet. Let me think. To find him, drown yourself in a sea of stars. Wait, what are you saying? I know I'm probably stretching, but I find it interesting. The Isle of Dawn is surrounded by whispering stargazers, which internally made me think, to find him, drown yourself in a sea of stars. So your argument is, effectively, we have not fought. None of those whispers were actually about N'Zoth. They were actually about something else. Maybe something here in the deep. So Manabans, the problem with the Void Whispers is that whenever a whisper may or may not become true, we're not told about that, right? We're not told that this was in fact what the whisper was referring to. And the other problem with the Void Whispers is they're so vague that it can be overlapping in what they are. So it is possible that Blizzard wanted us to think that to find him, drown yourself in the Circle of Stars, because that is where we fought Ajara, right? In the Circle of Stars, and Blizzard is trying their best to sort of throw us off. But then in reality, that is nothing like what we're actually supposed to do. I just don't know, and I don't think anyone can really know. Like, it is possible that none of the Void Whispers, as we think of them, has been true. Or has come true yet. That is possible. But I don't think so. Celiania, how you doing? My personal opinion is we are done with that particular quest line. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Wait, he killed my demon just like that? Well, that's unfucking fortunate. Man, I didn't look at my demon's health. I was too busy chatting to you guys. It's your fault, chat. I died because of you. Gotta use what action? I mean, I need to walk right up to them like this. Oh. Oh, I see what you mean. So you walk up to them and you do that. I don't know if this was necessary, but alright. We did it just fine going through it like this. Alright, now where's that fish now? Right in front of us. Okay, cool. Seen a multi-boxer get blown by exploding rock? Do you think that we will go to Dalaran in a future raid? Where do you think Dalaran is? Dongtanian. With this, the lesson has been given. They will think twice before considering my kind as meat. You kill well, Landwalker, but the power of the deep must be returned. Our time together nears its end. I remain, weakened by my time so near the searing light of the surface. I ask that you take me to deeper waters, away from these cobras, where I can return to my kind. Bro. Is it just me, or is this... Do you guys think we're going to be exploring this in this expansion? In this saga? Or do you think this is a story that could easily be explored in another saga? Got one shot. Didn't know about the explosives. Next patch. I think that's N'Zoth. You think this is N'Zoth, but we already killed N'Zoth, no? A warbling cry emanates from the fish. It casts its song into the ocean depths. I expected an ignoble end at the hands of the Cobus for my folly. Never could I have believed the land dweller would be my savior. I will remember you. Now, let the facade be at its end. My kind will be expecting me. The vessel Leviathan. Okay. It says, its final words are, our cooperation is at an end. Now I return to the sea beneath the sea, away from this accursed star. Bring its light to our depths, and we shall be your crushing end. Let us not meet again. The thought of your drowned corpse displeases me. It isn't like a rabbit out of a hat. So the crystal is a star? It seems to be referring to it as a star. The Arathi refers to it as a star as well.
You have our thanks, Farron Lothar. And you too, outsiders.
Lothar?
Collapse the water's floor to open the path in which it's trapped beneath. Do you think Baladar could be a Naru ship like the Xenadar from Legion? It is possible, Immortal Newbie. Find him, drown yourself in the Sea of Stars. Well, this is called the Fake Sky, so this is not a Sea of Stars, though.
Am I needed?
Unless you're saying the Sea of Stars is because that's a star, and this is a sea with the star.
I hear a radiant.
Thank you, Accolon. These people are badly hurt, but I think they will make it. Some seem to have some skill in healing of their own.
Who is calling for help?
These foes are relentless.
Will I be forgiven?
My faith kindles my hope. Don't give in to
I
fear.
trust in your strength. I must ask you to go ahead to reinforce Sinna's yearning. Anduin and I can see my people to safety in Laurel's Crossing. With the darkness and the Cobus, the hearts of my people in Sinna's yearning will be faltering to fear. We can't let them wallow. Light a torch with the sacred flame in the center of town and use it to inspire my people's valor. Remind them of their strength. We will catch up with you. May the flame guide you, my friend.
If you are lost in darkness.
If more of those fishy bastards try to... my leg, I can't... Oh.
Easy. We'll patch you up. Friend, go assist the General in Sina's yearning. We'll meet you there.
I will always try. Did I hear that right earlier? You're, Lothar?
You know the name?
Know it. I was named for Anduin Lothar, one of Stormwind's greatest heroes. He was close friends with my grandfather, King Lane Rin. Few names hold higher esteem. You must be a lady, or...
Oh no, don't you start using formalities on me. My family is noble, but it's been long since we've seen great fortune. To think I had relatives in the old world. Wonderful. I hope I can live up to such legends. Wait, if your grandfather was king of this Stormwind, then Anduin, my new friend, are you a king?
Not anymore. So, don't you start using formalities on me, either.
Come on, Anduin, you...
Am I needed?
Is it the same one?
Did I hear that right earlier? You're, Lothar?
I'm gonna...
You know
dude,
the name?
someone needs to kick Anduin right in the balls.
So, you live. Is Farron well?
Yeah, she's right. I'm looking, something is screaming at me.
This land was not what we
So,
expected.
you outsiders in Faerun managed to both survive and save the villagers at the beach. Seems like breathes a quick prayer in relief. We're in trouble here. The Cobras brought some of their strongest forces to the doorsteps of villagers. We have our hands full just holding the line. If you can take out those monsters, we might be able to turn the tide.
The Arathi.
But I'm supposed to light this fire. Am I not? I have spoken with the fish, Roxy. Yep. Fish has been done. He said he will return when he is ready and worthy. Yeah, he's ready and worthy now. Like, dude, I'm not even Alliance, and I got beyond trigger when Anduin said he wants to go see the Ringing Deeps. Or rather, he said he wanted to go see Hollowfall. And Illyria speaks to him as if he's a fucking child, bro. I was like, wait, what? This is just a no-go. Like, how dare she speak to him that way? Yeah, he's the king, though. As I said, it doesn't matter how old she is. He's the king. We were just saying, but in comparison to her age, he is a child. Yeah, it doesn't matter, bro. Do you know what happened in olden times if your king was like a little toddler? You say to him, my king. You didn't go, oh, well, he's just the king. I will just call him Bonnie Boo Boo. No, bro. If your king was 11 years old, guess what? If your king tells you to dance like a little puppet, you dance like a little puppet. Doesn't matter how old it is. Yeah, I got super triggered, bro. Like, I was like, no. No. Known for having something a little weird. WoW has always been very open. Doesn't matter. Not like that. If Anduin wants to go to Hollowfall, Anduin goes to Hollowfall. That's just how it is. To be fair, though, I don't think that is how it actually works. Like, Anduin technically might refer to himself as not the king because he's currently not sitting on the throne. But if we want to be very honest about how the whole king thing works, it's in your blood. So even if you're not technically sitting on the throne, unless you've abdicated the throne, which would mean that anyone else can now become the king, which is not the case, you're still the king. He has serfs to do things when he is not around.
I'm glad you're all right, Farron. Now stop and take a breath for once.
I'm still busy killing one last thing here. Surprised the nobles aren't trying to take the throne. That might actually be a storyline that might be the thing that brings Anduin back to Stormwind. That could be a cool storyline. Imagine if the nobles decided to make a play for the throne. And that's the thing that makes Anduin go, wait, in the midst of all of this, fuck that. That would be a really cool, but I would like that to be Alliance only. I don't think that should be a storyline for both the Horde and the Alliance. I think that should be a storyline just for the Alliance. Taking back Stormwind from overzealous nobles. And then you connect those nobles to the Scarlet Crusade.
We are far from
Every Arathi has killed more Kovas than I care to count. We've also lost more Arathi to Kovas than I want to count. I don't know what underwater cavern they hail from, but I shudder to think of it.
Caution is warranted.
We cannot hide from evil. A beacon in
The Arathi are strong, proud. The Kovas may be vile, but they will not win this day.
In my heart, a wave of shadow. What just happened?
That is a good question. What the hell just happened?
I will see you through the shadow. Be strong.
Farron's wide eyes dart around in surprise. What just happened? Did you see that shadow? And the oil well? It's gone dark. I've never seen anything like this before. Could it be the nearby Dawn Tower? Hurry!
Don't give in to fear. Those shadows came from the Dawn Tower.
Baron, wait! We must withdraw to Merildar!
Ah, she's off now. Whoa, wait. That wave just turned even this thing into shadow. Oh, that's bad. The Dawn Tower has turned to shadow? I didn't think they could do that.
The tower. We owe our service to those in
Look closer to the tower with Farron and Anduin.
the Dawn Tower. What is happening to it?
Illyria.
Alric! She's...
The Harbinger has whispered to me of your arrival. And your failure at Dalaran.
Where is your master?
That guy had very Nathanos Sam like vibes.
No! The sacred flame! What has Alric and his cults done?
I don't know. But they claim allegiance to Xalatath, and so their lives are forfeit.
He's not giving in to the void years just yet, it doesn't look like.
We will find Xalatath.
The fear and shame of these people lingers in the air like a fog.
They will not escape.
This Order of Night, as they call themselves, did some foul ritual to turn the tower's flame to darkness. I know not what. We should investigate.
I will not fail again.
The flame is corrupted. Can we restore it?
Alright. Okay, so all of the Tenders were killed. I don't know if holy dust will save us here, but these candles look out of place, no? As if they were placed as part of the ritual.
This shadow, it's too much.
Anduin, help her. Call upon the light once more.
No, I can't. There must be another way.
Bro's the strongest fucking priest in Azerothian history, and he will not use his power. Come on, bro. The wounds on the body form a ritualistic pattern. This poor soul was not only killed, but sacrificed to the darkness. My friends, we have lived in fear long enough. Baladar has been trying to show us the way. The light has forsaken us. In the light's glare, are all watched, exposed. In the darkness, we are free. We are afraid of the dark only because the light wants us to be. Baladar has shown us the way. No more fear. Instead, we must become fear. Right. So it's not so much that they may serve... Maybe they do serve the void, but it's more a case of they're upset with the light. Here we go. The journal is heavily scratched out and torn up. Few segments remain. Tabitha, I'm leaving. I'm tired. I don't expect you to understand. The Order of Night gathers strength. They hide in caves and towns and linger with our greatest enemies. They even have a base beneath one of their precious towers. The army has no idea. The light has made us all blind. Not me. Not anymore. What have we fought for this whole time? Why are we here? Does Baladar even know we exist? Does it love us for our devotion? Or does it hate us for holding it back? What if its true form is darkness? We've toiled in the light for years. What good has it done? We die, picked off in the shadows one by one. Perhaps we should listen to what Baladar is trying to tell us. There's comfort in the shadows. I'm tired, Tabitha. I know what this means. I know we will end up hunting our own. Hurting you. Tiger's Eye, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. I'm not sorry. Alright. In a bad war, you're going to lose more people than you make? Seems like it. Dantoriel, I will do so. Polearm, okay? The polearm has faint sigils carved into the haft. They have been torn and changed, forming new shapes. They pulse with dark energy.
When shadow falls,
Tell me about Elric. Baron Lothar. Elric was one of us, a lamplighter. For years, he worked with us to keep the Dawn Towers lit and the people of Hallowfall safe. We all trusted him. He'd fought with us. We'd save people from the darkness together. Then he betrayed the Arathi and everything the Lamplighters stand for. He ambushed my friend Andari and leads the Order of Night, who caused the breach here and all these deaths. I'm still not sure. Was he ever good? Did he plan that from the start? I don't know anyone more terrible. No one even comes close. He must have seen something.
We carry the flame, a cave. Could they still be nearby, continuing to corrupt the flame? My faith kindles my hope.
I have no idea, Zentoriel. No idea.
If you are lost in darkness,
So,
we are
they
here
killed
to help.
Calthor too. Barrens squeezes her eyes shut and mouths a prayer and a curse at the same time. We'll make sure he gets a proper funeral. The Order of Night will pay for this. We sealed off Gloomcrack, a nearby cave, years ago. They must have dug their way in so they could target the stone tower. How long have they been planning this? How long has the Order of Night been among our ranks?
Be strong, my friend. We carry the flame.
When I
into the
reached for the
unknown.
flame, I felt the overwhelming hopelessness and despair that had been poured into it. It pains me, but my light alone is not enough to banish these shadows. And so, we take a more direct path. If the remaining cultists have withdrawn to Gloomcrack Bower, their combined power must be what's keeping the flame dark. We must stop them before this darkness spreads.
In my heart, there is fire.
Look out!
What are those things? They hardly seem real.
A trick of the shadow. I will deal with them. You all go ahead.
Dude, how can we trust ourselves? How do you trust your own mind? Looming belligerent.
Of the dark!
Lady, stop shouting. Oh, Zolfar, I didn't even think of that. I'll go now. That is a good... That is a very good idea. Let's check the basement quickly. Nothing in here. Anyone can say Zaratath has specifically 2 orbs over her and specific void orbs in her eyes. Feels like more than just character design. Dude, I don't know if I would like it seems I don't know. Seems like moon inspired to me. But it could just be something I'm reading into it.
Approaches.
Renalash approaches. Okay, so they have chosen darkness. I want to explore and just make sure I'm not missing anything. Well, then tell it to stop whispering. Reminds me of eyes, almost like Zaratath is a conduit. I would not be surprised if Xal'atath is a conduit. Those orbs, if we go back to the cinematic in Dalaran, those orbs almost look like a permanent connection to the void.
Gross. Dim.
Because if you look at what happened in that cinematic, the power went from the Dark Heart into the orbs and only then out to Khadgar. We join Xal'atath and maybe become a Void Paladin. That cinematic is exactly what called them out to me. It's like they're looking over her shoulder. Yeah, that's maybe exactly what it is, no? Rick Tanish, how you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're gonna turn Baladar into a spaceship. Dude, I don't know if I want that.
Quickly, friend. Alric is nowhere to be found. But these traitors are wielding powerful darkness up ahead. A lamplighter brings hope.
Barrens Chat, they made their choice.
A beacon in the dark.
In a hushed, furious whisper. Good work. But before we can leave, there's something else. Down this way are some powerful priests. I think they are summoning something. Something big. No doubt to strike at us above and drive us from the tower itself. It will be dangerous, but we must stop them. Are you with me?
Despite if we stop that ritual,
Alan, how you doing, bro?
I should be able to cleanse the flame.
Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. But they really are summoning something big. Like, look at the size of that portal. Brian, how you doing, brother?
All grows dim. The Harbinger comes.
Oh.
Light be my...
Stand strong. The darkness won't take us today.
Just use the light. Baron's eyes are dark with weariness. It never ends.
What happened to it?
It doesn't matter. I'm no longer worthy of it.
We cannot hide from evil. Don't give in to fear.
I've never seen shadows this deep, this vicious. It almost feels like they're reaching for us. We can't stay here.
If you are lost in darkness, we are...
More shadows. We're trapped in here, aren't we?
No, we're not giving up here.
But of help would help, well, you know, I mean, or you guys could just talk to each other. It's all good.
Let's go. We can do this if we stick together.
Anduin, you're in darkness, my friend. Oh, look at the light shining out of her.
Oh, damn. Thank you.
Oh, shit. Tiger's Eye with the sub. Really appreciate you, fam.
The light shines through you. But what if it goes out? What if you failed your people?
You think I've never failed? I've never made mistakes?
Thank you so much for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to Most Degenerate Chat on Twitch. Thank you.
I was never even supposed to be in Hallerfall. I stowed away to escape a family that only ever saw me as a failure. Was it a mistake? I lost an eye and an arm for it. Does that make me unworthy of the light?
Bro, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub.
I regret nothing. I keep fighting because in the darkness, it's all we can do. I can't give up.
I really appreciate that, fam. Thank you.
It's in yours either.
How you doing, Tiger's Eye?
You don't understand. I've hurt people. I was controlled by darkness, but part of me enjoyed it.
Enjoyed hurting people? Or no longer being able to agonize over every thought and action? Having doubt, making mistakes. None of these make you unworthy, Anduin. They light your path forward.
The entrance. It's gone. There really is no way out.
Enough of your illusions, Xalatath!
Illyria's light has returned. Thank you, Illyria.
Dude, this Anduin storyline is gonna be good. Okay, now I can say Tiger's Eye with the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Welcome to the Most Degenerate Chat on Twitch. I don't know why everyone is talking down on Anduin. He's handling his trauma much better than Sylvanas. Nah, we can just burn down a village if that makes him feel better. Quicker, Siva. Well, we get a chance to visit the Arathi settlement homelands of these Arathi sailed to before reaching Hallowfall. Yes, I think so, Joshua, but I don't think in this expansion. I don't think we're going to do that in this expansion. But I almost definitely think we are going to do that. Dude, I want her entire Mog. Like, she looks super cool. This entire Mog looks amazing. Feel like Anduin sometimes. Very so... I have no problem with the fact that you wish to highlight PTSD, right? Because that's what we would say Anduin has right now. He has PTSD. I have no problem with you wanting to showcase this. The question is, how long do you want to showcase this for? Okay, so first, I guess there is a question that needs to be asked about real world versus fantasy storytelling, right? So, for example, not everything that is in the real world should exist. Holy, that's not... Follow the conversation, please. Should everything that is in the real world be translated into a fantasy? That's a big question, right? So, for example, should we have every single mental disorder that exists in the real world in a fantasy world? I would argue no, because it's a fantasy world. You don't really need that. Not to mention the fact that psychopaths make for very bad villains in video games, because what it ends up being is just a bad guy with no real drive or motivations for their badness. Whereas characters like Thanos, for example, make for much better bad guys because there's drive, there's reason, there's logic behind what they do. And even though you don't agree with how they're doing it, you can absolutely get behind how they do it, right? So there are certain mental diseases and disorders that we don't really want in video games. The same is true for, do you want every type of disability in a video game? No. Who the fuck would want a quadriplegic in a video game? Why? Someone that is just tied to a wheelchair and can do nothing because they're a quadriplegic. This wouldn't be a good character to play in a video game, specifically not a fantasy video game, right? So there's limits to the kinds of things that you want to put inside a video game in a fantasy setting. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't add that, but the question, of course, is to what extent are you adding that? So, for example, someone used Game of Thrones here. Okay, use Game of Thrones. I think great example, but then tie Game of Thrones, take what they did to Bran, yeah? Even though Bran was tied to a wheelchair, that is the very thing that turned him into the powerful character that he becomes in Game of Thrones, right? Into the Watcher, into the Raven. So that was necessary for his character progression and the story arc of his character progression, so it kind of makes sense, yeah? So there's no such thing as fast rules. I just want to make this very clear. When I say you don't want this necessarily in a game or in a movie, I'm not saying that you can't have this in a game or a movie. I'm saying the circumstances for having this in a game or a movie has to be specific. So, for example, you want to use a psychopath in a game or in a movie. How are you going to use that psychopath? Okay? What's the exact reason for that psychopath? What's the story that the psychopath is going to fulfill? And if all of the building blocks isn't there, then you don't need that. Now, let's talk about PTSD. Is it nice to see Anduin go through this inner turmoil within himself about the things that he had done and how these things transpired? Yes. But now the question would be, to what, like, how long does this need to last? Barbarian, how you doing, man? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. And I would say, at this point, it has already played itself out in my mind. I have been done with Anduin feeling sorry for himself sort of like halfway through Dragonflight. Like, I was already like, man, I can't do this anymore. It was nice in the beginning because it's believable. Pyro, how you doing, brother? Because it's believable, of course. No one's going to go through that much hardship and then just be fine. That would be unbelievable. That would be an example of writing, like the writers not having an idea what they're doing. But then there is a point where you sort of go, wait, but where's the progression? Like, even if you want to keep the character, like, questioning themselves, I want to see some level of progression, right? Like, I do want to see, like, maybe moments of the character breaking out of that PTSD thing and then sort of going back into it, maybe, like backsliding a little bit and then coming out of it again and backsliding. There's like things, right, that you want to see here. Like, for me, a very great moment for Anduin to sort of get out of his slum and maybe not necessarily reclaim his throne, because that's a big step, but it was the short story of Anduin. The short story of Anduin, I thought, was phenomenal, right? I thought the short story was really good, and I thought the ending of the short story was, like, perfect for Anduin to at least believe in himself a little bit more. So that's the only reason why I keep sort of going, I just wish Anduin would be a little bit more further along, you know? Pyro, how you doing, man? Can't wait until he sees the final cinematic. If you're unspoiled, trust me, keep playing. The Anduin shit is gonna get hyped. Oh yeah, no, I'm completely unspoiled. I've purposefully kept away from everything. I also didn't buy the early access of the game. So I am completely unspoiled as of now. What we're now talking about isn't really in relation to this expansion. I'm talking about since the first moments of Anduin questioning himself and questioning who he was, which really started at the end of Legion already. Anduin was always this sort of not sure who he needs to be since the death of his father. So what I'm hoping for now, if it happens, because everyone in chat is sort of going, bro, just keep playing, you'll see. Holy Molar, thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. If it does happen now, I would say I want to see a very strong Anduin return. Like, I want an Anduin that is once again ready, like when Illyria tells him, no, you stay here, to go, no, I'm the king. I'll do what the fuck I want, because I'm the king. You'll do what I say, because you're my subject, not the other way around. Something to that. Anduin from a char I disliked, one of my favorite with this recent story. After seeing Anduin pick up Charlemagne on the broken shore, then going through Shadowlands, makes me think Blizzard doesn't know what direction to take Anduin. We also have to remember here that there are two different writers of the story, right? It's not just one writer. So, Steve Denuser maybe had a specific arc that he wanted to take Anduin on. And obviously, Denuser or Mason maybe didn't agree with that direction for Anduin. And now Mason is able to play what he wants with Anduin, right? And so it might feel a little bit weird because Anduin is still going through trouble, but obviously, if I'm taking over from a different writer and I think that writer is doing stupid shit, then I'm gonna be like, no, I want to make a change here. So I respect all opinions around Anduin. I respect that there are some people who like what Anduin is going through. I myself am much less of an emotional person when it comes to real life as well as just two stories. Real clueless me. Thank you for the sub, man. Really appreciate you.
I'm a rich bitch.
Welcome to the channel. Thank you. And then Dark Angel with a gifted sub. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you. I'm very much not a super emotional person. Emotions tend to make me a little bit uncomfortable. So when stories are too emotional, they just they don't land for me that well. But I also recognize that that's me, right? And that's who I am as a person. So I understand that there's different people. For some people, this storyline is very good, and they really like the fact that it's explored as much. And that's fine. But Akhlon and Anduin never show up on DF, or am I wrong? Anduin is there, but the short story is really the first time we see Anduin, like Anduin, right? But no, he's not really in the game. I'm trying to remember, but I don't think he features in the game. It's more on the back. I think them asking each other about feelings every other quest is kind of cringe. But again, we have to remember different people play this game for different reasons, right? And just because I'll give you guys a great example. One of my favorite TV series at the moment is The Expanse. I hope anyone here has seen The Expanse. It's a brilliant TV series. I love that show, right? And there's this one specific moment in the show where one of the characters, the detective, goes, I don't want to give anything away for people that maybe haven't watched it yet, but he goes, you guys will know exactly what I'm talking about. He goes into Eros, right? And he finds something in the middle of Eros, right? For me, I loved that ending. I thought it was really well done. My brother hated that ending. In fact, that was the moment he quit the show. He loved everything about the show right up until that moment. And as soon as that moment happened, he came to me and said, yeah, they lost me. I don't give a shit. This is not what I want to watch. So does that make him wrong? Does that make him right? No, it makes him different. Right? And we speak about this often as just part of our conversations about MMO design. in MMOs, the idea is to try and capture as many people into a story as possible. Think of an MMO as a giant net, and it's sort of trying to capture a giant audience because MMOs are very expensive to make, so you need many people that play it. And in that, it's going to require some stories to be focused on one part of the audience and some stories to be focused on another part of the audience. And that's just going to be the general rule. That's just going to be generally how it is supposed to be. You can't write just for people like me, because then you lose all the people that don't like things that I like. The same way you talk about game design. You can't just focus on raids and dungeons, because there's many of us that don't want a raid and dungeon. We just want the story. And if you only focus on raids and dungeons, what the hell is the rest of us supposed to do? So it's important that you cast that wide net, and if you find something a little bit cringe, just move on. It wasn't meant for you, it was meant for someone else. And allow them to enjoy the game in the way that they want to, right? Bantamir, what do you mean, how, why? To be honest, the War Within starting campaign and level 80 campaign is one of the better Beaton's Legion. I mean, I'm on record as saying this. Even now, this is some of the best questing I've ever done in World of Warcraft. Storytelling-wise, this is beyond anything that I've ever played actually in World of Warcraft. Even though there's been stories that's been really good, from the mechanisms of storytelling, this is the best it's ever been. No expansion has matched storytelling in this way. So when I'm delivering these criticisms, they're criticisms on the actual story, not the telling thereof. The telling is phenomenal. And also those criticisms are very subjective. So if you don't agree with me, you literally can just go, wow, Akalon likes different things than I do. And then you just move on. Right? iPixel, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
My arrows strike true.
I'm glad you're safe. I sensed something amiss when those creatures suddenly stopped attacking the tower and disappeared. Baladar shifted on its own shortly after. That was no simple illusion Xal'atath trapped you in. I wonder, was I its intended target? You, me, Anduin Faerun. Perhaps she was happy to ensnare any of us.
She cannot hide from me.
Interesting that the crystal shifted immediately after, which means the crystal shift may actually not be tied to a natural thing, but rather every single time the void is busy moving and working. So think of it, every single time the crystal shifts, there's some kind of ritual happening. So it's manual.
We are a light in the darkness.
Do you feel it? Hope returning? Thank you for your help, Aklon. The Dawn Tower's flame remains dark, but this time, I think we'll be able to restore it. Let's meet at the tower.
Don't give in to fear.
This is where Anduin is going to be getting his bike back now.
Without you. Thank you.
I'm glad you're all safe. Let's end this.
I should probably just give a little bit of feedback here and explain why I am the way that I am. Because, Manabans, I fully respect what you just said there, right? But for example, me, I lost my mom in 2006. She died of cancer. A month later, I was back in college, studying, and fine, right? So that maybe explains why I don't understand what Anduin is necessarily going through, right? Just so that I'm not looking for you guys to feel bad about this. I don't give a fuck.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, it's long ago. I'm just saying that maybe explains a little bit. Mr. Blink, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, sir. Anduin to let go, but Anduin says that he doesn't. Mistress, how you doing? doesn't even know what that would feel like. The lack of testosterone was in the general storytelling, mana bounds. If it was just Anduin, people wouldn't go so hard on him, but he's a talisman, so... Anduin had one of the greatest humans ever to look up to and aspire to be, but he is no warrior, really. Well, I kind of like that about his character, though. I do like the fact that he's no warrior. But he brings a different element to the story. Brando, how you doing, brother? Like, I lost my mother at 20. I didn't react that way, and it's hard to relate to it. Yeah, but we have to understand, Avedon, you and I are not like other people, right? Other people react to it differently. I know a dude that lost his mom 20 years ago, and he still misses her every single day. So different people react differently to things.
When shadow falls, lamplighters rise.
All right, here we go. Let's see this.
If you are lost in darkness, we are here.
I'm a rich bitch now.
Join me, please.
Yeah, make him. Let's go. Please, Admiral, I've been waiting a long time.
Light is not with me.
There is no darkness so deep that the light cannot reach us.
Do it.
Just be here with me. Now, breathe. We are the seekers of light. We are the holders of hope. In the very
Where's his light?
heart of shadow.
There we go.
Are the lamps
There we
that
go.
guide the way. It's a first step. The rest is just time and trust.
It was interesting his reaction when the light flowed into him, no? Like one might almost say orgasmic. I don't know if you guys caught that, but it was a little bit of a... That was a cool moment, though.
We carry the flame.
Farron gives a warm, tired smile. Thank you. Thank the light you all arrived when you did. I'm glad we can help each other. Oh, Aegon the Wiz, thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. And then, by the way, who was the anonymous gifter that gifted a sub? I really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Despite everything, the Orathi find joy.
Anduin was not sad that his father died. All his life, he got told how great his father was, and he couldn't ever hope to become someone like him. He is full of doubt in himself, and even more after being dominated and noticing that he liked what he did, that it felt great to kill and let go. To wield the light, you need to have faith in yourself, and he just simply doesn't. What if Anduin just becomes a Death Knight instead? Or like a Shadow Paladin? Felt the urge to say, dude, I want to point this out right now for everyone that may not yet or may have forgotten about this already. Can anyone tell me if they can think of anything that has happened in the last, let's say, 6 years that may make Anduin's journey, that may be a bit of a road bump for Anduin's journey? Anyone? Real clueless me. You can't think of anything? No, not the Scarlet Crusade. Okay, so I'm gonna need all of you at some point to go. Can you think of anything that might be a bit of a road bump for Anduin in his journey, Kiki? Forsberg Tyrallion. No, Tyrallion could be, but I'm talking about something personal to him without the involvement of anyone outside of himself. Anyone, not anything. There is a thing, a power in the universe that could be a significant road bump to our friend Anduin.
Thank you. Appreciate
Aegon the Wiz, thank you so much for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. Think hard, ladies and gentlemen. Think hard. The light is gone from his sword. Okay. No, but okay. My head hurts. Roxy, try a little bit harder. You mean that he used Void Ore? Well, he never used Void, but you are on the right track. Yeah, it's a cosmic force. His shield and his Azazel is onto it. No, one advance. So, okay, there's a moment, I'll tell you guys, right? Holy has it. There's a moment in Shadows Rising, right at the end, I think it's the second last chapter of Shadows Rising, where Anduin is standing with Illyria and one other. I think it might be Jaina. And the book describes that there is void that comes from his shoulder. There's void that forms on his shoulder. It runs down his arm into the palm of his hand, and then it dissipates. Void. Actual void magic. Now, I interviewed the author of this book live on YouTube. I authored the author, and I asked her specifically about this scene and what this scene meant. Her answer to me was the following: I cannot tell you what it meant, but I was specifically told to write this into the book. Now, not the specific scene, but the action. They wanted specifically to have the void running. There must be a show of void in Anduin. That's specifically what they wanted, right? So I think that could be a significant problem. That could be a significant problem in the future. That's what I had said previously too, that he's afraid if he calls the light, only the void will answer. That's, of course, if the void is, if he even knows that the void is still inside of him. He might think that he's free and clear of it. Roxy, go read Shadows Rising. It's in there. That's also possible. Real clueless me.
A beacon in the dark.
We must get to Merildar and let General Steelstrike know what the Order of Night tried here. Thank the sacred flame we stopped them before they could do any worse.
In my heart, we need to return to Merildar. I need to let the General know what happened here.
This Order of Night is no mere cult. The Harbinger they speak of is Xalatath. She won't stop. Your people need to be ready.
Years in the future, and Anduin is an old man with the Army of the Light. Yes, that's a comic book, and that has been confirmed to be canonical. At least for now, of course, with Chris Mason back, we don't know. That may change. But it's been confirmed by, I think the Newser confirmed that it's...
Alric corrupted the Dawn Tower's flame? Ashes take that man, and this Harbinger.
I heard a ping ping. Now, where will this ping be?
Oh, damn.
Got
Thank
him.
you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, Leonardus with the sub, dude. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. You're far too kind. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that is where we're going to end tonight's stream. It's late. I still need to go make food. Holy shit. What do you mean, bruh? This is where we have one more quest chain to complete and then we're done. Or is there another cinematic you want me to watch? But I'm not subbed anymore. What the fuck's going on with YouTube? John, what happened? No. We'll do that tomorrow. I'm gonna try. Okay, so here's what I'm not gonna schedule anything for tomorrow because I don't know. I don't know what tomorrow holds in store. But I might be live tomorrow as well. Okay? Don't go here he goes, Avedon. This is not fucking... Tomorrow isn't part of the normal stream schedule. So if I'm live tomorrow, it's genuinely just because why not, right?
Damn. Thank you.
Matt Beastie, 2 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Coffee Gold, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying this X-Pack as much as I am being a vanilla baby myself. Feels like old days. Oh yeah, I'm loving this expansion. Absolutely adoring it. It's why I'm streaming today. If I didn't like this expansion, I would not be streaming today. Because today is not an official stream day. I'm streaming because I really need to see it. Do you have a reaction for the Magni cutscene? No, I do not. But I will see if I can quickly edit that out and upload it for you. Alright, because I do have it. Let me see. Hold up. Where is that? Where is that? We were listening to it. Let me just make sure. Unrelated to WoW, did you play Halo 2 yet? Blackhawk, no. We've not played Halo 2 yet. John Zillen, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Although you've been an all-time viewer, so you know, but I do appreciate you, man. Sorry to say it again, but did you see that Asmongold reacted to one of your videos, or did you cover that already? People told me that Aspen has responded to one of my videos, but I didn't see it myself. I don't really look when people react to me. Just sort of, you know, is what it is. I don't really mind it. But yeah, I heard it. It's cool. It's nice. Found myself saying just one more quest. Mad Beastie, if it wasn't for the fact that I actually do need to go because I have a strict schedule that I stick to. I try to eat and then I try to be in bed by 9 in the evenings. I would probably be happy to keep going. This video's not up. Last I checked, only on VOD. At least log in and hand the damn quest in. Why would I do that? No, because if I hand it in, what's the difference? What's going to happen? Who does that? Who does what? I would expect Asmongold very much disagreed with what I said. Because I think most people would disagree with what I said. Especially people who actually bought the early access. All right, let's see this. I'm gonna have to boost the sound on this quite significantly, but lower the sound on this bottom bit quite significantly. Because this doesn't go loud enough. Wait, what the fuck? Where's the game sound? Why has the game sound not been recorded? Am I losing my fucking mind? What's going on here? Hold up. Bro. What are you saying? No, but it is because this music comes from the game. Rowan, take care of yourself, man. Adelia, take care of yourself. Resub to you again, even though I've subbed to you for a good 1+ years now. It doesn't really matter, Domago, because I can hear the sound here. So it is recorded. Right? You hear it there. The sound is recorded, but for some reason I don't see it here. What is going on? There you hear more sound. This is gonna suck, dude. It's gonna suck if this thing recorded weirdly, but I don't understand why it would do that. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's fine. So what if we do this? I'm gonna have to delete that thing as well because I think all right, so this is the only recording it has of. I fucking hate my life, man. I'm a rich bitch now. Oh shit! Anonymous gifter with the 3 community subs. Really appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. You're far too kind. I could do this. Did I? Hold up. Let's do this. Is this the? Oh, this is a long one. Here we go. Okay. I can do this quickly. Hold up. Yes, YouTube it is. Barrels Crab, what's wrong with what's wrong? Fair no, I already have the reaction. The problem is that I'm gonna have to. I missed something very particular on my sound settings, and so my sound settings, the game is recorded into the main. This is the mix, so this is the stream mix, right? Now, Stream Mix is great because it gives you all the levels right so you can hear me speak, but also, you know, the other mixes that you saw there are supposed to be where the games go, but I screwed up, so I'm going to have to fix that at some point. I'll do that now. I'll fix that. It shouldn't be too hard to do. And where is this now? Magni sacrifice. Yeah, where is that? Are you for real? Where the hell? It is in Stream VODs, no? Or did it save it in here? No, it is Stream VODs, 100%. Okay, so where is it then? 12 gigabytes recordings. Yep. This is a lot of recordings. Okay. Now I need to look for this bloody thing. Here we go. Got him. Hmm. I think that works kind of. Cam, how you doing? Now we just need to. Normally, I wouldn't have to do this much fucking work, but you know, here we are. We have to do it this way. Come on. How long is this bloody cinematic, man? Like, come on. Can we just get over this? probably do that. Okay, that should be fine, no? All right. And who wanted to see this reaction? Yeah, what title do I give this? Cam, did I say thanks for the follow? If I didn't, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He logged off? Wait, who logged off? It's from YouTube. The wounds are finally real and healed. I don't know about that. We'll probably have to wait and see about that. So let me quickly go. I wonder. Yeah, this is probably good. Chat, help me with a picture here. If you were to do a picture of Magni, what picture would you use? I just watched the Magni cinematic and then line. Who am I? Magni, whoever you want to be. I got Star Wars Rise of the Skywalker flashbacks. I mean, it's in my opinion, it's a very good moment. Very strong moment. Here's a picture of his diamond form. Yeah, but because I don't want to spoil things, but at the same time, the picture, him and his diamond form is so bad on thumbnails. Like, you have no idea. It just does not work on thumbnails. Let me see if maybe if I do this. Normally my editor would do this because I can't be fucked to do this myself, but I don't think there'll be time to ask her to do this. So all right. Go with that. And then let's do this. I don't care so much about these things. All right. That should work just fine. I think I'm going to try and do a blur. All right, that should work a bit better. Man's got a steady hand. Roderick, I've got a lot of practice. Now to find a picture. So what soy boy face are we going to do for this one, chat? What soy boy face do we do? Maybe this? A pog face? And we could do a pog face. Crazy one. Let's see how this one looks, and then we can play around with it a little. Or we could do... Yeah, this is for YouTube. People asked me for this, so before I go, I just quickly want to give them this. We could do this one, if you guys really want. I think this is the ultimate soy boy pose. I wish I knew how to remove that blue shit. But never mind. I don't know how to do that. So we could go with this pose. Makes sense if I look a little bit up. I think the first was a little bit better. Alan Cat, how you doing? Just kind of look like you're about to BJ someone. So either one of these. Normal Friday. Try cropping it and changing you, maybe. Fuck it. I don't care. You know, it's all good at the end of the day. As long as it works, as long as it does what I need it to do. Bam. What do you guys think of that? Good enough? All right.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Magni sacrifice. Okay. Now before I continue, I quickly have to log over to a brand new YouTube account because this one will not do. This one will not do.
It's not always about the
Oh no, I'm on.
It's about the
I'm on the right one. Exactly. Swordfish, how you doing, bro? All right, so now I can share with you guys again. Let's go. What? Oh wait, I saved this in the wrong place. Never mind. Okay, now we're good. Wait, are we good? But I feel like so many people make it at all. I don't. No.
gone. Now, with this power, all Earthen shall awaken.
Sounds good. To me, at least. Do people like Dagran? Because I can't stand him. I like Dagran. I think he's a cool character. Yeah, I think he's a really good character. I forgot I could do this. Motherfucker. What am I doing? I could literally do this, boys. I forgot I have this ability now. It's a superpower, really. I no longer have to choose which one I like. I can just go, yeah, I'll take this one. I'll take both. There we go. Every time he opens his mouth, my ears bleed. No, I like his character very much. Because he's like me in the lore. He constantly just wants to explore and get the lore, the history of stuff. And that makes me happy. Because I know when he's involved, I'm getting lore, which is cool. Yeah, I could be happy being Dagran. Like, that's literally what I would be doing in World of Warcraft if I was in Azeroth. Story in the making. Shinsaiku, how you doing? Okay, so it is live now. For those of you that want to go watch it, you are welcome to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your day with me. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed it. I will be back maybe tomorrow. Hey. All depends on time. Dylan, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I might be back tomorrow. It all depends on how my day works out, what I need to do, where I need to go, chores I need to run, and errands and stuff. But yeah, I will see you guys definitely on Monday. Tentatively on Saturday. Definitely not on Sunday. Sunday I have church, and then I have choir practice, and then I have stuff in the evening that I'm doing as well. So it's like it's a whole story. Domago, no, the sushi is only for Saturday night. Last night I went to band practice. The sushi is for Saturday. So yeah, that's already sorted. I'm not a huge fan of sushi. So this is sort of like I'm being dragged there because my favorite restaurant is booked fully. So I have to go grab sushi, but I'm not a fan of sushi. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your time with me. I hope you had fun as much as I did. Love you all for being here. As always, ladies and gentlemen, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.